Chapter 1067. General G didn't hesitate. Seeing that Speaker Long had agreed, he immediately notified the police headquarters and asked them to issue a warrant for Hong Kongchuan's arrest. Speaker Long put down the phone and sighed inwardly. Special Assistant Zhuang stood beside him and asked uneasily, "Speaker Long, do you need me to do anything?" Hong Kongchuan was the Minister of the Cabinet, and General G was part of the military. If the military directly intervened, there would be more wrangling after this incident. Speaker Long thought about it. "Little Zhuang, can I trouble you to go back and help General G deal with this matter? On my behalf, if there are people in the cabinet who are unhappy, you can be there to shut them up." Considering the extent of Tan Dongbang's involvement in this matter, Speaker Long also felt that he couldn't take the people in the cabinet too lightly. Special Assistant Zhuang quickly said, "Speaker Long, you're being too serious." "It's no trouble, I'll go back now." "But here." He looked at the honor guard at the airport. In the blue sky not far away, a silver Lufthansa private plane was whistling over. At 5 in the afternoon, the Imperial Capital International Airport finally welcomed the private plane of the German delegation to China. Because this time it was the head of the German government, the Huaxia Empire rolled out a red carpet on the tarmac to reciprocate. Speaker Long shook his head. "You go, I'll have Nianji help me receive them. I'll go tell her, then I'll leave." Special Assistant Zhuang was a proper person, and he was also in a hurry to deal with the Secretariat. Rong Mingxing's decision today made Special Assistant Zhuang very angry. Who couldn't see Special Assistant Yang's situation? The extended leave was just to save his face, but it was actually a prelude for him to leave. She still thought of him as the backbone of the Secretariat. Was she stupid or brainless, or was she deliberately making things difficult for him? After Speaker Long nodded, Special Assistant Zhuang came to Gu Nianji's side and said quietly, "Nianji, thank you for today. I have urgent matters to attend to. Can you help Speaker Long receive the foreign guests?" Gu Nianji looked up in surprise. "Of course. But Special Assistant Zhuang, my rank isn't high enough. Will it appear that I'm not taking this seriously enough?" "It's fine, with Speaker Long here, the other party can't find fault." Special Assistant Zhuang was very satisfied with Gu Nianji's tactfulness. "Just stand next to Speaker Long. There are also people from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. They are the main force to receive the German Chancellor's delegation. We're here to show how important we are." He pointed to where he had been standing. Today, when they came to the airport to welcome the foreign guests, they stood according to their positions. This was basic diplomatic etiquette and reflected the diplomatic attitude of equality. Diplomacy was no small matter. Otherwise, one would either humiliate the other party or oneself. Gu Nianji saw that Special Assistant Zhuang had made arrangements, so she didn't say anything else. "Then Special Assistant Zhuang, you can go back to work. I'll head over now." Special Assistant Zhuang left in a hurry, and Gu Nianji stood next to Speaker Long where Special Assistant Zhuang had been standing. Seeing that Gu Nianji had arrived, Speaker Long nodded slightly at her. "Nianji, sorry to trouble you today. Don't be afraid, just stand by my side." He then said, "There's a simultaneous interpreter over there. Are you wearing your headset?" Gu Nianji shook her head and said quietly, "I'm not wearing my headset, but I understand German." Speaking of which, her 2 months in Germany were not for nothing. At least she had learned a foreign language equals. Gu Nianji wore a navy Chanel business suit and stood next to Speaker Long. Among the row of men of all ages, Gu Nianji's bright and beautiful face was very eye-catching. Her large eyes were as bright as stars, and there was a faint smile on her face. Her temperament was unexpectedly calm and collected. Speaker Long saw that she was calm and collected, and he couldn't help but be even more satisfied with her. Gu Nianji didn't have any other thoughts at this time. Her palms were slightly sweaty. It wasn't that she wasn't nervous, but she didn't show it. As the plane in the distance landed on the tarmac, they waited for another 15 minutes before the cabin door opened. The slightly chubby middle-aged woman that could often be seen on TV and online appeared at the cabin door and waved at everyone with a smile. This was the German Chancellor. Gu Nianji returned a smile and watched as she slowly walked down the red-carpeted hanging stairs. Behind her were the important members of her team. They were all dressed in black formal suits with smooth lines that made their figures look better. Gu Nianji's gaze swept over the faces of these people, and she gradually calmed down when she didn't see Reinitz. However, just when she thought that Reinitz might not appear in public, a tall, supermodel-like man appeared at the cabin door. He wore a German army cap, had a high nose, deep eyes, blonde hair, and blue eyes. The shape of his eyebrows was very neat, as if they had been measured with a ruler, without a trace of impurities. He walked down the hanging stairs with a relaxed expression. His posture was leisurely and carefree, and there was a sense of indifference and calmness. It was as if he was thousands of mountains and rivers away, but he also had a kind of calmness that was close at hand. He raised his head from under the military cap, and his facial features were dyed by the setting sun. They were the typical Germanic beauty, and the small groove on his chin made people want to swallow. When he was expressionless, he had a religious air of abstinence, which formed a strong contrast with his tall, aggressive figure. As he walked down the hanging stairs, several young female attendants standing in the back couldn't help but exclaim, "Who is this? Oh my God! He's so handsome. And he's wearing a German army uniform. He's really abstinent." Although these voices were quiet, everyone still heard them. The corners of Gu Nianji's mouth twitched. She thought that if she wasn't the pink piggy, she would be like these people right now, smitten with a handsome guy. Unfortunately, her current mood was really indescribable. As soon as she thought of Reinitz's reaction when he saw her, Gu Nianji had the urge to run away. Because she knew very well that Reinitz knew who the pink piggy was. But he didn't seem to have told anyone. If he had, the German Chancellor definitely wouldn't have needed an urgent visit to Huaxia. Instead, she would have directly ordered the Huaxia Empire to hand over Gu Nianji. Just as Gu Nianji continued to feel anxious, the German Chancellor, who was smiling amiably, had already arrived in front of Speaker Long. She shook his hand warmly and spoke in German. Although Gu Nianji didn't wear a headset for simultaneous interpretation, she could still understand what the German Chancellor was saying. She was greeting Speaker Long and asking why their Prime Minister didn't come. Speaker Long wanted to explain, but the simultaneous interpretation next to him seemed to be a bit slow. Speaker Long held the German Chancellor's hand, and his smile began to become awkward. Gu Nianji spoke up next to him in standard Hanover German. "Your Excellency, Prime Minister, you should know that our interim general election will be held in 2 days. Currently, Prime Minister Tan is only acting as the Prime Minister. On such an occasion, his acting duties don't include this function. Since you asked this question, it must be because your subordinates didn't explain the situation to you, right?" She pointed out that the timing of the German Chancellor's visit to Huaxia was actually very inappropriate. She had an urgent matter at home, yet you still rushed to be a guest. Aren't you deliberately causing trouble? Then she pointed out that if the German Chancellor didn't ask the obvious and deliberately embarrass Speaker Long, then she was deceived by her subordinates and had a problem with her abilities. As soon as Gu Nianji said these 2 sentences, the people around the German Chancellor couldn't remain calm. They quickly said that they had reported the situation to the Chancellor and blabbered on and on. Speaker Long felt carefree and laughed. "It's not a crime to be ignorant. It's not a crime to be ignorant." Now it was the German Chancellor's turn to smile awkwardly. She didn't expect her initial show of strength to be seen through by a woman who looked very young. The German Chancellor stopped in her tracks and instinctively glanced at Gu Nianji. She had a deep impression of her. Reinitz finally walked over at that moment. He didn't have any expression on his face. His lake-like blue eyes flickered slightly as his gaze swept over Gu Nianji's face. He had heard Gu Nianji's voice when she spoke German just now, and it was as touching as he remembered. Just listening to her voice, his tranquil heart was stirred up. But when he followed behind the German chancellor and quietly walked past Gu Nianji, he didn't turn his head or make a sound. It was as if he didn't know her. Chapter 1068. The German chancellor had brought a larger delegation to China this time, and the Xia Empire had also sent quite a number of Ministry of Foreign Affairs personnel with Speaker Long to welcome them. A group of people gathered together. They walked down the red carpet in a mighty manner. Gu Nianji stood on the edge of the red carpet and politely took a small step back. Reinitz's position happened to be close to her side of the red carpet. Gu Nianji's eyes were straight ahead. Her face was expressionless, but her plump lips naturally curved into a smile. Reinitz's face was also expressionless as he walked steadily in front of her. His steps were neither fast nor slow, and his straight back was wrapped in an extremely fitting German Army Major General uniform. He had silver epaulettes and a red collar. The brass buttons on his chest were neatly buttoned, and he wore a shiny leather belt around his waist. His waist was like a bee's, and his arms were like an ape's. His shoulders were broad, and his legs were long. It was the standard posture of a soldier, but it also had a religious sense of asceticism. He walked in front of her with a small breeze, and the refreshing atmosphere hit her in the face. It was the scent of cool water cologne. It was as refreshing as if he had just walked from the blue sea. Fresh, sharp, clean, and simple, it highlighted his masculinity that couldn't be ignored. Gu Nianji saw his unattainable appearance, and then thought of the strong man in the Alps who was bare-chested in front of a small wooden hut chopping firewood, and the crystal beads of sweat rolling down his bronze back. She was confused. What kind of person was Reinitz? He switched between the two roles with ease and seamlessly. Gu Nianji had never doubted him when they were in the Alps. Until she was finally captured by ALS, Gu Nianji looked down and stared at the red carpet in front of her. Then she remembered that Reinitz was the head of the German Federal Intelligence Service. His identity was actually similar to Hu Xiaoheng's, so she quickly understood. Reinitz and Hu Xiaoheng were essentially the same kind of people. They were what they needed to be. Because this was their profession and their job. Even professional actors weren't as professional as them, because actors weren't afraid of making mistakes. They had a director and lines, and they could infinitely repeat a mistake. But if they made a mistake, there was only death for them. Because of this, their willpower was stronger, and their acting was better. Gu Nianji's heart, which had been in her throat, gradually calmed down. She was thinking too much. Reinitz didn't expose her. Perhaps he wanted a greater benefit than exposing her. Gu Nianji looked up calmly, and the smile on her lips gradually widened. At that moment, Reinitz, who had been watching her out of the corner of his eye, sensed the change in her mood and suddenly looked over. Although it was only for a moment, his gaze was so intense that it almost lit a fire on Gu Nianji's face. Gu Nianji was slightly taken aback. She looked up, but Reinitz had already looked away and walked to the front. At this time, the German chancellor, who was walking in front, walked next to Speaker Long. She led her delegation to China and walked past the honor guard with ease, smiling and waving at the valiant honor guard. The music of the honor guard in the airport grew louder. The camera focused on them, and everyone smiled politely. Life was like a play, and the play was like life. Gu Nianji sighed as she followed the group out of the airport. The group arrived at their respective cars and got in. Speaker Long was surrounded by members of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs as they got into the car in front. Gu Nianji followed the people from the secretariat and sat in the car in the back. As for Reinitz and the others, they were probably in the car that the German embassy had come to welcome them. Soon, the police cars in front cleared the way, and the passing cars all gave way. They watched as rows of bulletproof cars drove on the spacious highway of the imperial capital. It was already around 7:00 in the evening when the cars took them to the banquet hall of the Parliament building. There would be a welcome reception and a small press conference to announce to the world that the Xia Empire and Germany would be holding friendly talks. It was Gu Nianji's first time attending such a formal banquet. When she followed Speaker Long into the banquet hall, the Minister of Foreign Affairs walked over first and chatted with Speaker Long. She had no choice but to take a step back. Then the first secretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs Embassy in Germany came to get close to Speaker Long. This person used to be from Speaker Long's Senate Secretariat, so it could be considered as returning home. Gu Nianji had no choice but to take another step back. Later, several simultaneous interpreters from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs came forward and surrounded Speaker Long, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and the first secretary of the Xia Embassy in Germany. She was completely pushed to the back. Gu Nianji wasn't a professional translator to begin with. Her German was good enough for a few casual words, but it wasn't enough for a formal occasion. Moreover, Speaker Long's secretary, assistant, and security personnel followed after, so Gu Nianji fell behind with a clear conscience. She didn't want to be in the limelight at such an occasion at all. If it weren't for the fact that she wanted to get used to such occasions and train her psychological endurance, Gu Nianji didn't want to attend at all. If she had the time to go back and do a face mask or browse Weibo, wouldn't it be better? Why did she have to be so nervous here, worried that she would be rude and make a fool of herself at all times, and tarnish the reputation of the country and its people? Gu Nianji laughed at herself in her heart and found a corner to stand still. Although they were all on the banquet hall stage, her position was negligible. The banquet hall was shaped like a scallop, and at the front was a foot-high podium. There were now 2 high tables on it, and Speaker Long and the German Chancellor stood behind the tables. There was a microphone in front of them, and they were giving a speech. Gu Nianji looked over and suddenly realized that this time, the 2 sides were standing in a staggered position. In other words, there was one person on the Xia Empire's side, and one person on the German side. There was no country on one side. Was this to reflect the friendly atmosphere of I'm in you, and you're in me? Gu Nianji almost laughed out loud. The people who arranged this were really mischievous and ridiculous. However, it didn't take long for her to stop laughing. Because according to this arrangement, Reinitz was actually standing next to her. Gu Nianji wasn't short. She was already 1.7 meters tall at the age of 19, and with her decent half heels, she was at least 1.75 meters tall. However, Reinitz, who was about the same height as Hu Xiaoheng, stood next to her and made her look shorter. Gu Nianji moved uncomfortably to the corner and put some distance between herself and Reinitz. There was enough room for another person to stand between the 2 of them. Compared to other people, there was more space between the 2 of them. This time, there were more people on stage and less space. When it was finally time to stand and take photos, the people on the other side gradually squeezed over. When there were more people, the smell became stronger. Men's colognes weren't all the cool and refreshing smell of coo water, just like how women's perfume wasn't all the faint scent of roses. All kinds of strong and weak, light and heavy smells were mixed together and almost caused a chemical reaction in the air. Although Gu Nianji wasn't a delicate Princess P, she couldn't help but sniff with her delicate little nose. She almost fanned herself in front of her to get rid of the suffocating smell. Reinitz stood next to her with his hands behind his back. He still didn't look at her, but he was like a solid rock in front of her. He separated the gradually squeezing crowd on the other side and gave her a relatively spacious space. Although it was in the corner, it was comfortable enough. Also, the closer he stood, the more obvious the smell of cool water colognes on his body. It slightly offset the smell of the various colognes and perfume on the other side that were about to cause a chemical reaction. Gu Nianji felt that her breathing was smooth again. She couldn't pretend to be indifferent this time and said softly in standard Hanoverian German, "Danke, thank you." Reinitz didn't respond, as if he hadn't heard her thank you. He still had a solemn expression of religious abstinence on his face, but the slender fingers behind his back curled up almost imperceptibly. "We are honored to have the Prime Minister visit China this time. We hope that the two countries can uphold the principle of friendship and mutual assistance to develop international relations." The German Chancellor had already finished speaking, and now it was Speaker Long's turn to speak at the front. His youthful face and white hair were full of solemnity under the crystal lights. The German Chancellor next to him was slightly hunched, but her pair of shrewd blue eyes were unusually sharp. She listened to Speaker Long's speech and nodded with a smile. After the leaders of both sides finished speaking, it was time for the photo shoot. The people on both sides had already lined up and stood staggered on the banquet hall's stage. Gu Nianji hid herself in the corner as much as possible and wished she could pull the curtain next to her to cover herself. Reinitz was secretly puzzled. If she didn't like this kind of occasion, why did she still come? In the blink of an eye, he had already taken a step forward without batting an eyelid. His tall and broad body stood firmly in front of Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't want anyone to see this embarrassing photo. She tried to shrink her shoulders and hide behind Reinitz. The professional photographer in front of them was holding a high-performance Leica camera and had already started pressing the shutter. After a few snaps, he smiled and snapped his fingers. "Done. Thank you for your cooperation." Speaker Long smiled and shook hands with the German Chancellor. "Thank you for your visit. There will be a small banquet later, and I hope you like our Huaxia cuisine." The German Chancellor laughed as soon as she heard this. The Huaxia Empire doesn't need to talk about anything else, but the food must be good. "I've been here a few times, and the most impressive thing about this place is all kinds of delicious food." When she said this, she didn't turn off her microphone, so her voice could be heard through the loudspeaker throughout the hall. The noisy and lively banquet hall fell silent for a moment. The receptionist from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs immediately smoothed things over and said with a smile, "Your Excellency, don't belittle yourself. German food also has delicious food, such as Bavarian white sausages. Every time I go to Germany, if I don't go to a Chinese restaurant, I can only eat this with my meal." Ha 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 ha, everyone in the banquet hall, regardless of whether it was the Germans or the Huaxia people, laughed. Gu Nianji couldn't help but laugh as well. This person from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs really had a way with words. The German Chancellor's words implied that the Huaxia Empire only had food to offer. The staff from the Huaxia Empire's Ministry of Foreign Affairs immediately retorted, meaning that Germany didn't even have food to offer, and the famous Bavarian white sausages were only substitutes for Chinese restaurants. However, Gu Nianji still had an excellent impression of the Bavarian white sausages, and she couldn't help but gulp. Reinitz finally curled his lips and took a step back to stand side by side with Gu Nianji. In the noisy hall, he looked forward with a faint smile on his lips. His voice was indescribably soft and light, and only Gu Nianji, who was standing next to him, could hear it. He said, "I brought you Bavarian white sausages. Mother Hannah made them herself. This was the first night watch. Today was the fourth night watch. A reminder to everyone about the recommendation votes and monthly votes. At 1 p.m., the monthly votes would be 5,100 plus updates. The third night watch would be at 7 p.m., and the fourth night watch would be at 9 p.m. P.S. Thank you to the leader Enigmaangxi and Dodo Scissors for tipping 10,000 Chidian coins the day before yesterday. Thank you to the leader Momo Moshi for tipping 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. P.S. Thank you everyone for your understanding and support yesterday. This matter was resolved so quickly because of everyone's support. Love you all." Chapter 1069. Mother Hannah. Bavarian white sausage. Gu Nianji thought she was hallucinating when she heard these two unfamiliar yet familiar words. She instinctively looked up and glanced at Reinitz. Reinitz happened to look down at her, and their eyes were glued to each other. Her mind was filled with the real and fake entanglement of the two of them in the Alps. Reinitz didn't know when Gu Nianji realized his identity and became wary of him. Gu Nianji also didn't know why Reinitz was getting close to her. But no matter what, if Reinitz hadn't set up a trap within a trap in the Alps, she might have really died there. Gu Nianji's emotions were extremely complicated, and even her mouth had a faint bitter taste. She took a deep breath and said in German, "Danke, thank you." It seemed close, but it was actually far away. He was polite and distant. She should indeed be grateful that he had specially brought her a thoughtful gift from thousands of miles away. But was he really doing this for her? Gu Nianji smiled bitterly from the bottom of her heart. She instantly understood that Reinitz must have had other motives for coming this time. If he really was doing this for her own good, he should have pretended not to know her from beginning to end. What was the meaning of bringing up Mother Hannah and Bavarian white sausage now? She knew that since Reinitz was the director of the German Federal Intelligence Service, Mother Hannah must also be on his side. Reinitz's eyes flickered slightly, but he quickly calmed down and looked ahead with a smile. He hadn't misjudged her. Gu Nianji was too smart. He only said one sentence, and her feelings towards him changed. He really didn't know whether to praise her for being so perceptive or to be worried about her sharp intuition. Since she was wary, Reinitz didn't say anything else. There was no point in saying anything more. After a while, the group photo was over. The people on the stage dispersed and scattered throughout the banquet hall. The long tables in the banquet hall were filled with huaxia delicacies, and there were professional chefs behind each table. This was a high-end buffet with professional chefs on site, not an ordinary buffet with a pot of rice. Gu Nianji looked at her watch. It was already past 8 in the evening. She hadn't eaten since 1 in the afternoon, so she was famished. Carrying a snow-white plate of bone china inlaid with orchids, she picked a few of her favorites from the long table. A piece of braised red meat the size of a mahjong block was stewed in brown sauce. It was 30% fat and 70% lean. It was neither soft nor dry, but neither greasy nor greasy. It melted in the mouth and was just right, fragrant and delicious. Gu Nianji finished one piece and wanted another. However, this particular type of red braised pork was placed neatly on the long table in a small, smoky green goblet. There was a fixed number of them. Basically, there was one piece for each person. Whoever ate one more piece, there would definitely be someone who couldn't eat it. Of course, not everyone would eat a piece. But the banquet had just begun. No one knew if everyone would eat a piece, right? Gu Nianji hesitated. Standing in front of the small goblets of braised pork, her large, dark eyes revealed a hint of reluctance. Her gaze was extremely gentle, as though she was looking at her lover. Reinitz didn't eat much. He held a glass of red wine in one hand and a few slices of Hunan lean pork sausages on the bone china plate in the other. He tasted it. It was rather dry, but it tasted really good. It wasn't inferior to their Bavarian white sausages, and it was especially chewy. If she was used to eating this kind of delicacy, why would she keep thinking about their white sausages? Perhaps it was because to her, at that time and place, white sausages represented hope for life. Reinitz shook his head. He caught a glimpse of Gu Nianji standing in front of the long table nearby and slowly walked over. Standing beside her, he asked the professional chef, "What's in these small jars?" "Red braised pork." The chef didn't speak English, so he could only ask Gu Nianji, "Can you translate for me?" Gu Nianji nodded and calmly said a French term, bouillie, then explained in English, "Pork with barbecue sauce." Reinitz raised his light brown, neat eyebrows. "Bouillie? That's too bad. I don't like it." Gu Nianji was speechless. The professional chef asked Gu Nianji anxiously, "May I ask what he said?" Gu Nianji hesitated. "He said he doesn't like it." The professional chef's expression immediately darkened. He crossed his arms and said unhappily, "He hasn't even tried it yet. How can he not like it? Look at the color of the sugar, smell the sauce, and the ratio of 30% fat to 70% lean. It's the standard Southern-style red braised pork." Gu Nianji laughed. "That's right. It's so delicious. This German doesn't have the luck to like it. Why don't you give me another glass?" "I already had a glass, and I want more." The professional chef was beaming with joy at Gu Nianji's words. He felt like he had regained all of the dignity he had lost at Reinitz's restaurant, so he gave her 2 cups of braised pork. "Here, have some. I'm only willing to give it to people who know what's good." As she spoke, she rolled her eyes at Reinitz. Gu Nianji was speaking Mandarin to the professional chef. She took advantage of Reinitz not understanding what they were talking about, so she was a bit unrestrained. She smiled and put the 2 small glasses on the bone china plate. She added fuel to the fire and said to the professional chef, "You're right. We can't even get enough of our own Huaxia delicacies. If they weren't foreign guests, we wouldn't even bother with them." The professional chef was amused by Gu Nianji's words and couldn't help but give Gu Nianji another glass of red braised pork. Reinitz had been smiling faintly at the side the whole time. His eyes kept moving between the professional chef and Gu Nianji with a curious expression, as if he didn't understand what they were talking about. However, when the professional chef was about to put the 3rd small glass of red braised pork on Gu Nianji's bone china plate, Reinitz reached out and blocked the professional chef. He said in an extremely gentle voice, "That's enough. Any more and she'll have diarrhea." Reinitz spoke in a very pleasant Hanoverian German. Gu Nianji remembered the night she met Reinitz. She had diarrhea because she was so hungry that she ate too many white sausages. She suddenly blushed. She quickly greeted the professional chef and turned to leave the red braised pork stall with the bone china plate. She found a place to sit down. Reinitz followed behind her unhurriedly with a smile. He sat down across from her and said, "You should eat less of such oily food." At this time, he was speaking in perfect Chinese. Gu Nianji felt like she was struck by lightning. She suddenly looked up at Reinitz and opened her mouth. Finally, she asked him, "You can actually understand Mandarin? When did you learn Mandarin? How much did you learn?" Didn't Reinitz hear her and the professional chef ridiculing the German delegation to China without the slightest scruple? This was a diplomatic faux pas. Gu Nianji wanted to find a hole to hide in. Reinitz smiled at her embarrassment and said nonchalantly, "I just happened to understand what you were saying to the chef." He then added in Mandarin, "You were saying bad things about us and laughing at us." Gu Nianji was speechless. In the banquet hall, the German delegation and the Huaxia Imperial reception team were chatting amiably in groups of 2s and 3s. Therefore, Reinitz and Gu Nianji's side wasn't particularly eye-catching. However, they were the 2 most good-looking people present, so although they looked normal, they still attracted a lot of attention. Many people were secretly sizing them up. A beautiful blonde woman from the German delegation kept staring in Reinitz's direction but didn't have the courage to come over and disturb them. Some people on Speaker Long's side also saw Gu Nianji and Reinitz sitting together. Someone began to criticize Gu Nianji in front of Speaker Long. "Speaker Long, look over there. This little girl only knows how to look at appearances. She didn't even come over to help entertain the German Chancellor." Speaker Long glanced at her with a smile and said, "Nianji is young, but she knows her limits. That man over there is the director of the German Federal Intelligence Service, right? She can go receive them. She knows a little German and is very smart, so it's fine." Most importantly, Gu Nianji grew up with Hu Xiaoheng and was much more secretive than the other people in the Senate. Speaker Long felt that even if Hua Xiaoheng didn't personally deal with Reinitz, Gu Nianji, who had grown up with Hua Xiaoheng, would be able to handle him. Of course, that being said, Speaker Long still had to talk to Reinitz. He looked over at the German Chancellor and saw that she was chatting happily with the German diplomats from the Huaxia embassy. He got up and left to go over to Gu Nianji's side. It was the second night watch, and the monthly tickets had been delivered at 5,100 plus one night watch. It was the fourth night watch today. A reminder to everyone about the recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. The third night watch at 7 p.m. and the fourth night watch at 9 p.m. Chapter 1070. Speaker Long had just exchanged a few words with the German Chancellor. Now that the German Chancellor was surrounded by the diplomats of the German embassy in the Huaxia Empire, there was no need to pay attention to them anymore. Speaker Long walked to where Reinitz and Gu Nianji were sitting. Gu Nianji saw that Speaker Long had arrived and quickly stood up to offer her seat. Speaker Long, please sit. Speaker Long didn't stand on ceremony. He sat down where Gu Nianji had been sitting and said to Reinitz, Major General Reinitz, are you used to our Huaxia Empire's food? He spoke in Chinese. Reinitz looked at him with a smile, as if he didn't understand what he was saying. Gu Nianji secretly cursed him for being so sly, but she still coughed lightly and translated for Speaker Long in German. After listening to her translation, Reinitz smiled and said in English, It's delicious. I like it very much. I wanted to thank this lady for her hospitality, and I gave her some of the Bavarian white sausages I brought from Germany, but she wouldn't take them. You are her boss, aren't you? Can you make her accept it? Speaker Long understood English, and his face lit up when he heard that. Bavarian white sausage. All right, I want to try it too. Why don't we eat it together? Gu Nianji secretly gave Speaker Long a thumbs up for his adaptability. Reinitz looked at Gu Nianji inquiringly. Gu Nianji had no choice but to continue translating. Speaker Long asked if we could share it with everyone. Reinitz immediately nodded and said in English, Of course. I'll go back and find it in my suitcase. I'll give it to you tomorrow when we come to the meeting. Ha 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 ha. Thank you very much. Speaker Long laughed heartily and continued, Major General Reinitz, is this your first visit to our country? The significance of Reinitz's visit was indeed extraordinary. There were so many countries on the blue planet, but it was rare for an active intelligence chief to visit other countries. Therefore, Reinitz's visit to the Hua nation was of great significance. Considering their demands, Speaker Long became even more vigilant. They wanted the pink piggy. But in Speaker Long's opinion, the pink piggy was a national hero of the Huaxia Empire. Want them to hand over the pink piggy? It doesn't exist, don't think too much about it. Reinitz understood Speaker Long's intentions and took the opportunity to probe Speaker Long's intentions. Therefore, after Gu Nianji translated Speaker Long's words, Reinitz said in German, This is indeed my first time in your country. Because the pink piggy is too important to me, I want to try and see if I can bring her back. Gu Nianji, MMP. How was she supposed to translate that? Speaker Long waited for a while and saw that Gu Nianji didn't speak. He thought that she didn't know how to translate, so he quickly said, Nianji, do you want to find a simultaneous interpreter? Gu Nianji snapped back to reality and saw Reinitz's pale lips curl up from the corner of her eye. She steeled her heart and said calmly, Major General Reinitz said that this is indeed his first time in our country. Because the pink piggy is too important to their country, he wants to try and see if he can bring the pink piggy back. Reinitz raised an eyebrow. He had clearly said that the pink piggy was very important to him, but Gu Nianji had deliberately translated it as, their country. He was trying to draw a line between them. Speaker Long's expression immediately became serious. We have already stated to your country that if you think the pink piggy is a citizen of our country, please produce evidence. You must have concrete evidence. Don't use simple and crude logic like, whoever benefits the most is the murderer, to discuss international issues. We don't accept it, we don't cooperate, and we don't care. Reinitz wasn't surprised by Speaker Long's toughness. He glanced at Gu Nianji and asked her in German, "What is your Mr. Speaker saying? Is he saying that he wants to hand over the pink piggy to me to bring home?" Gu Nianji, why didn't she know that Reinitz had such a shameless side? Speaker Long looked at Gu Nianji with a stern expression and said in a low voice, "Translate it for him." Gu Nianji had no choice but to keep a calm expression on her face as she translated Speaker Long's words in German. Reinitz could actually understand Speaker Long's Mandarin, but he didn't want others to know that he understood German, so Gu Nianji had to translate every time. Gu Nianji almost couldn't help but expose his true ability to understand Mandarin, but Reinitz only needed to glance at her lightly, and she felt a great deal of pressure. She also knew that if she told him about Reinitz would definitely not be lenient. Perhaps he would even say that she was the pink piggy. In short, from the moment they met, Reinitz had been testing and evaluating her. She didn't know what he was trying to do. Gu Nianji was becoming more and more annoyed, and a faint impatience appeared in her eyes. Of course, Speaker Long couldn't see it. He could only see that Gu Nianji's attitude was becoming more and more serious, as if she was facing a formidable enemy. This made him very pleased. She was indeed a good seedling who knew her priorities. The more Speaker Long looked at Gu Nianji as his successor, the more he liked her. He actually couldn't bear to let her bear too much pressure. He stood up and didn't continue on this topic. He nodded at Reinitz. "Okay, we'll talk about this during the formal meeting tomorrow. You just arrived today, so have a good rest first." Gu Nianji translated, and Reinitz bid farewell to Speaker Long in English. Speaker Long waved at him and said to Gu Nianji, "Treat Major General Reinitz well. Remember to attend the bilateral meeting with me tomorrow. I hope you can be my legal advisor." Gu Nianji quickly said, "I will definitely be there." Thank you, Speaker Long. This was an opportunity for her. As a legal intern, it was a great opportunity and luck for her to be able to participate in such a bilateral meeting between countries. Speaker Long patted her on the shoulder with a smile and returned to his seat. Only Reinitz and Gu Nianji were left in the corner. "Your country is unwilling to hand over the pink piggy," Reinitz whispered from behind Gu Nianji. Reinitz whispered behind Gu Nianji. He spoke in Mandarin, and his tone was softer than when he spoke German. Gu Nianji turned around, but what she saw was Reinitz's masculine aura and face. His soft voice and his aura were indeed an extreme contrast. This kind of contrast didn't make you feel that he was weak. Instead, it made you feel that his strength was unfathomable. Because only a man who was strong enough wouldn't be stingy to show his gentle side. Of course, Gu Nianji also understood that everything Reinitz showed was what he wanted her to see. It might not be his true side. Just like the encounter in the Alps, Reinitz had carefully planned it for Gu Nianji. His gestures and external aura were more similar to Hua Xiaoheng's because he must have investigated Gu Nianji and knew that this was the only way to make Gu Nianji let down her guard quickly and get closer to her heart faster. It was the third watch. Today was the fourth watch. Everyone's recommendation votes and monthly votes. It was 9:00 in the evening. Chapter 1071. Why would our country hand over the pink piggy? Gu Nianji frowned. No sane person would think that way. Of course, people with crooked butts would definitely be willing. Therefore, those who led the way online were the most vocal. It seemed like if they didn't hand over the pink piggy, they would be surprised by our friends, and our country is about to fall. Reinitz stared at her and thought about it silently for a while before nodding. I understand. Gu Nianji was even more shocked. What was Reinitz thinking? She and he were completely hostile to each other. Reinitz only looked at her with a faint smile on his face and changed the topic. He asked, "Why are you returning the money to me? You don't even want the gift I gave you." Gu Nianji was speechless. After a while, she remembered that Reinitz had given her the money to buy a Hermes bag, and Hu Xiaoheng had transferred it back to Reinitz. Gu Nianji's eyes flashed. Reinitz leaned back in his seat and said slowly, "Mr. Hua actually knew my bank account number. That really surprised me." He was more than surprised. When he saw the extra money in the account, he was shocked. Gu Nianji smiled. "What's the big deal? Major General Reinitz actually knew I would appear in the mountains of the Alps. That's surprising." Reinitz saw that Gu Nianji was finally talking about that time and couldn't help laughing self-deprecatingly. He looked down and fiddled with the red wine glass in his hand. He said quietly, "It's nothing. It's not worth mentioning." Gu Nianji was speechless. Perhaps the two of them had been talking for a long time, or perhaps Reinitz's smile was becoming more and more charming. Finally, someone couldn't sit still anymore. A member of the German delegation to China walked over and smiled at Reinitz. "Major General Reinitz, Her Excellency the Chancellor wants you to go over." Reinitz looked up at where the German Chancellor was and saw her nod at him. Reinitz stood up and signaled to Gu Nianji with his eyes. "Then I'll excuse myself." Gu Nianji nodded. "Go ahead." After Reinitz left, the beautiful blonde woman appeared and stood across from Gu Nianji, next to where Reinitz had been sitting. She asked politely, "May I sit down?" She spoke American English, which was rare among Germans. Germany is in Europe. Germans speak English with a British accent. In other words, most of the people in continental Europe spoke English with a British accent. Moreover, this woman was a rare beauty. There weren't many beautiful women in Germany, but every single one of them was of high quality. Therefore, Gu Nianji couldn't help looking at the woman a few more times and said politely, "This seat isn't mine." The woman, seeing that Gu Nianji wasn't willing to make the decision, she didn't pretend to be polite and sat down. She smiled and said, "Major General Reinitz won't be unhappy about this. After all, he took care of me the most along the way." Gu Nianji smiled. How was she supposed to answer that? Whether Reinitz was happy or not, it was none of her business. She tactfully changed the topic, narrowed her eyes, and asked, "Did you also come with the Prime Minister?" "Of course." The beautiful blonde woman puffed out her chest. "I'm the Public Relations Secretary of the Prime Minister's office. I'm responsible for helping the Prime Minister coordinate relations between various departments." She hadn't had the opportunity to interact with Reinitz, the famous Major General of the Federal Intelligence Agency. But this time, Reinitz had followed the German Prime Minister to China, and she had taken the opportunity to get to know him. She had thought of various ways to get close to Reinitz along the way. In her opinion, the only thing left between her and Reinitz was for someone to poke the veil between them. She hadn't expected that Reinitz, who hadn't spoken much along the way, would smile so gently at the dark-haired, dark-eyed woman and say so much. Gu Nianji could feel the woman's monstrous jealousy, but she thought the woman had mistaken her for someone else. Who was she to Reinitz? Was she worth this woman's jealousy? Gu Nianji rested her chin on her hand and furrowed her long brows as she looked at the beautiful blonde woman in front of her. She wondered if she had been like this woman at the time, suppressing her anger when other women approached Hu Xiaoheng. Now that she thought about it, not only would Hu Xiaoheng find it inexplicable, but she wouldn't be worth it either, right? The woman saw that Gu Nianji didn't speak and thought she had intimidated her. Her eyes became even more arrogant as she smiled faintly and said, "My name is Matti Paolomio." After she finished speaking, she looked at her motionlessly as if waiting for her to kneel down and kiss her feet. Gu Nianji was speechless. She was a little annoyed. "Even if you came with the German Prime Minister, don't look at people like that, okay? Wake up, it's been more than 100 years since the Eight-Nation Alliance, Since the woman's gaze wasn't very friendly, Gu Nianji planned to give her diplomatic, equal treatment. She put away the smile on her face and slightly raised her chin at a 45-degree angle. She also said arrogantly, "My name is Nianji Gu." She said it as if no one knew how to write their name upside down. Maddie froze for a moment. This woman's reaction wasn't right. In Europe, who didn't want to kneel down and kiss her feet when they heard her name? Even the current German Prime Minister couldn't neglect her. But from the black-haired, black-eyed woman in front of her, she could see that she was being negligent. Maddie frowned and soon realized that this was not Europe. This Chinese woman had probably never left the country in her life, so she did not know about their family's prestigious status in Europe. Therefore, she quickly understood and said with a smile, "I have an elder sister who is married to an Italian count. I also have a younger sister who is dating the Prince of Morocco." Gu Nianji was still nonchalant. "Well then, congratulations." This reaction was still not right. Maddie couldn't take it anymore and said, "Do you know who Major General Reinitz is?" "Don't even think about it. His family won't let him marry an Asian woman with black hair and black eyes." "Gu Nianji, don't force her to say MMP for the second time today." Although Gu Nianji was extremely annoyed, she maintained a calm expression and said, "Who are you to Major General Reinitz? Girlfriend or fiancé?" "Maddie, say it. Who are they?" Gu Nianji looked at Maddie's speechless expression and knew that this was another one of Reinitz's infatuated fans. Compared to the current Maddie, Gu Nianji patted her chest and thought that it was fortunate that even if she was jealous back then, she would only argue with Hu Xiaoheng and not show off to her imaginary enemy. This was because she was too ugly, too horrible to look at, and too stupid to laugh at. Maddie was infuriated by Gu Nianji's nonchalant attitude. "You are so ignorant, narrow-minded, and despicable." Maddie's chest heaved with anger. "What does my relationship with Reinitz have to do with you?" That was more like it. She had some fighting spirit now. However, did she really think that she was superior just because her family had a noble title? Gu Nianji was not unaware of the Borromeo family's background. She leaned back in the high-backed soft chair and said lazily, "Miss Maddie Borromeo, your family started out in business. The Merchant of Venice was written based on your ancestor, wasn't it?" "Oh, that's not right. Or was Granddad written based on your ancestor? Your ancestor made more money so that you could live a happy life. You should cherish it. Wasn't it good to be alive? Why did she have to court death in front of her?" Maddie trembled, and her face flushed and then paled. She did not expect this dark-haired, dark-eyed woman to know her family. Her family did start out in business in Italy, but now they had a noble title and were no longer lowly merchants. So her ignorance was all an act. Maddie stood up abruptly and hurriedly said to Gu Nianji, "Major General Reinitz is from the Hohenzollern family. You can investigate the Hohenzollern family before you speak nonsense in front of me." She then hurriedly left. Gu Nianji froze. Hohenzollern. That name sounded even more familiar. When she had gone to Germany with He Zhichu to fight the lawsuit, she had carefully read up on the European continent, especially its history and current gossip. There were two sources of gossip in Europe. One was the entertainment industry, and the other was the royal families that had become mascots. That was why she knew the Borromeo surname and thought of the Hohenzollern family. The Hohenzollern family had once ruled the German Empire, but their rule, like the Eight-Nation Alliance, had been overthrown more than 100 years ago. Why was this woman flaunting that broken family name in front of her? Gu Nianji wanted to slap her in the face. Did the nobles have balls? Gu Nianji laughed internally and looked up to see Reinitz sitting over. He asked her, "You were talking to Maddie just now?" Gu Nianji nodded with a smile. "Yes, the little princess warned me to stay away from you." Reinitz's heart skipped a beat. He looked at her and smiled. His voice was extremely gentle. "Then I have to stay closer to you." If you run too far away, I won't be able to catch up. It was the fourth watch. It was the fourth watch today. A reminder for everyone's recommendation votes and monthly votes. Good night, sweethearts. Chapter 1072. Gu Nianji couldn't help but laugh when she heard Reinert say he wanted to chase her affectionately. He probably wasn't chasing her because he had feelings for her, but rather chasing a fugitive. Gu Nianji was very clear about her position in Reinert's heart. Because Reinert had lied to her so harshly in the German Alps, she couldn't fool herself into thinking that Reinert had done so much just because he was in love with her. What a joke. If Reinert was such a love brain, how could he be the director of the German Federal Intelligence Service? Also, he was about the same age as Hua Xiaoheng and also held the rank of Major General. It was clear that this person's abilities couldn't be underestimated. Gu Nianji used a small silver spoon to dip in the small stew pot and said slowly, "Major General Reinert, I'll listen to you for now. But you have to comfort that little princess. The Romeo family's daughter is really a treasure in Europe. In terms of financial resources, the current Hohenzollern family wasn't even a fraction of that. Therefore, other than the British royal family, all the royal families in Europe wanted nothing more than to lick the little princess of the Romeo family. She was so proud, so she did have confidence. Of course, this kind of confidence was nothing to Gu Nianji. Reinert couldn't tell if he was disappointed or satisfied. He looked at Gu Nianji with a smile and whispered, "Are you really angry? Why don't you believe me? Everything I said to you was from the bottom of my heart." His words were filled with deep affection and were spoken with a baritone like the middle string of a cello. It was a feast for the ears. But Gu Nianji wasn't so easily fooled. She slowly raised her head and said expressionlessly, "Believe your words. If I believed you, you should be an orphan raised by Mother Hannah and not a member of the Hohenzollern family." Reinert was slightly taken aback. "You knew." Not many people knew his identity, even in Germany. "Maddie told you?" Gu Nianji nodded. "Little Princess Maddie said you were a member of the Hohenzollern family and told me to think about my position, so I had to stay away from you." So that was what happened. Reinert rubbed his temples. He didn't feel very annoyed. He was just thinking about how to tell Gu Nianji about this. After a while, he put down his hand and said frankly, "I am a member of the Hohenzollern family, but I am also an orphan. I did not lie to you. It was Mother Hannah who raised me." Gu Nianji listened attentively to Reinert's words and instantly found several loopholes. "Major General Reinert, do you know that a one-sided truth is also a lie?" Reinert narrowed his eyes and stared fixedly at her with his azure blue eyes. They were like the famous Heart of Midnight sapphire, so blue that they actually had the color of the night. If the color of a European's blue eyes was not pure, they would appear too empty, like a clear lake where one could see the bottom at a glance. Without depth, they would naturally be less attractive. But Reinert's blue eyes were incomparably deep at this moment. When he looked at her, it seemed like he was talking, full of affection. He continued to stare at Gu Nianji until she looked away awkwardly. Reinert then said, "One-sided truth. What do you mean?" Still not admitting it. Gu Nianji looked back at him. Her dark, glass-like eyes were as seductive as ever. "Do you really want me to say it? You can say anything in front of me. Don't worry." Reinert nodded slightly and raised his hand to signal for her to continue. Since Reinert didn't care, Gu Nianji didn't care either. She curled her lips and said with a smile, "Okay, then let's talk about the one-sided truth. You said you are a member of the Hohenzollern family, but you are also an orphan. If this is true, then it means your parents died. And you were raised by Mother Hannah. How did she raise you? She doesn't look like a rich person. Of course, maybe I was wrong about her. Mother Hannah is a rich person who hides her wealth. Reinitz laughed. His laughter was magnetic and very pleasing to the ear. Gu Nianji couldn't help fiddling with her earlobe and said, "From your reaction, Mother Hannah isn't rich, but she raised you. You don't look like you were born in a poor family. Don't you think there are many contradictions in this? A very down-to-earth, commoner mother raised a son with the temperament of a noble. Not only was he a noble, but the current Reinitz was very different from the Reinitz who chopped wood in the Alps. He was like a different person. His every movement was very elegant and stylish. This kind of bearing and behavior was definitely cultivated from a young age. The Reinitz in the Alps was the role he had played. The current Reinitz was the real Reinitz. Reinitz listened to Gu Nianji's analysis, and the smile on his face gradually disappeared. This woman had extremely terrifying observation and analytical skills. She also had a very high level of insight and knowledge. The former wasn't particularly amazing. Many geniuses could also have such observation and analytical skills after training. The latter was really different because insight and knowledge weren't innate. Even if it was nurtured, many factors were needed, such as the right time, place, and people. If someone had a high IQ, terrifying observation and analytical skills, as well as an unusually broad outlook and knowledge, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Reinitz raised his wine glass to Gu Nianji without batting an eyelid. He took a sip and felt his heart suddenly skip a beat. Gu Nianji was also observing Reinitz, and the subtle changes in his expression didn't escape her eyes. Gu Nianji was even more confident in her analysis. She continued to follow her train of thought. If you really are an orphan and Mother Hannah really raised you, but with your current achievements and aura, can I infer that Mother Hannah was actually just one of your adoptive mothers? Or one of your adoptive parents? Gu Nianji tried to throw out her first inference. Reinitz didn't expect Gu Nianji to be able to suddenly divert to this extent. His eyes flashed in surprise. Gu Nianji curled her lips into a smile. I guessed correctly. Reinitz was speechless. That means there was more than one person who raised you when you were growing up. Let's think again. Under what circumstances can an orphan be raised by different people who not only raise the orphan to be elegant and capable, but also able to rise through the ranks like a rocket? Reinitz narrowed his eyes and interrupted Gu Nianji's speculation with a smile. What are you trying to say? I suspect that you are the beneficiary of one of the German Gestapo's programs. Gu Nianji shrugged. This was the information she had seen when she helped Zhao Liangzi decipher the German Federal Intelligence Service's intelligence documents. They adopted some talented orphans from a young age and taught them various skills. In the end, they were able to play a role for the country. This is the only way to explain how you grew up to be the way you are now. Reinitz didn't speak for a long time. Gu Nianji bowed. Did I guess correctly? Reinitz looked at her and was about to speak when he saw the big TV camera slowly turn in their direction. Reinitz suddenly smiled and raised his wine glass. Have a drink with me, and I'll tell you. Gu Nianji shook her head. I can't drink. How about this, I'll replace wine with fruit juice and have a drink with you. No matter what Reinitz's motives were, he finally let her go and helped her hide her identity as the pink piggy. Gu Nianji wasn't someone who didn't know what was good for her. She raised the grape juice glass in front of her and clinked glasses with Reinitz. Both of them smiled extremely charmingly. Gu Nianji used all the acting skill she could muster to make this expression. Reinitz, on the other hand, had a bit of sincerity that even he didn't realize he was performing at his best. In the eyes of outsiders, it was truly a harmonious picture of a handsome man and a beautiful woman. The director of the TV station captured this scene and treated it like a treasure. This was probably the best scene they got that night. Therefore, when the Huaxia Empire's evening news aired at 9 p.m., the scene of Gu Nianji and Reinitz drinking together and the scene of the two countries standing together for a photo became the highlight of the evening news. At 9 p.m., the intersection of Sea City's downtown area was still bustling with activity. There was a small square there, and there was originally a musical fountain, but it was still spring and the nights were relatively cold. The musical fountain would only open in the summer, so it was now just a dry cement puddle. There were many high-rise buildings, and the outer wall of a building near the square was a large LCD screen that played advertisements, music, movies, and variety shows 24 hours a day. A yellow Hummer SUV with a military license plate was parked not far from the building. Hu Xiaoheng, who was wearing a crisp, thin casual shirt, leaned against the door of the Hummer. He fiddled with the lighter that Gu Nianji had given him and held a cigarette in one hand. He looked calm as he guarded the area. Song Jining was in a large van in the back, adjusting the equipment and measuring the magnetic field data. At this intersection, there were many plainclothes Special Operations Forces personnel scattered in all corners, closely watching the crowd. At that moment, the evening news began, and the large TV hanging on the wall of the opposite building began to broadcast the evening news of the imperial capital. The German delegation to China held the first round of informal meetings with our Speaker of Parliament and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs at 7 p.m. tonight at the Parliament building. The two sides exchanged views in a friendly atmosphere. The anchor's clear and melodious voice came from the loudspeaker in the square. Hu Xiaoheng nonchalantly blew out a smoke ring, looked up, and suddenly froze. On the big screen, a beautiful girl with black hair and fair skin appeared. She was smiling and drinking with a handsome man with blue eyes and blonde hair, who had a religious sense of asceticism. From his point of view, he could practically see sparks flying as the two of them stared at each other. This was the first night watch. Today was the third night watch. A reminder to everyone about the recommendation votes and monthly votes. The monthly votes were 5,400 plus updates at 1 p.m. and the third night watch at 7 p.m. P.S. Thank you, Nan Zhu, for tipping 10,000 Qidian coins yesterday. Chapter 1073. Why would Gu Nianji attend such an occasion? Judging from her position, it didn't seem like it was low. In any case, it was more than the treatment of an intern. Hu Xiaoheng crossed his arms and leaned against the car door with a poker face. He held a cigarette in one hand, and the sparks of the cigarette burned silently, reflecting his anxious heart. However, nothing could be seen on the surface. He wore a Bluetooth headset and listened to the staff's dispatch and duty situation while still performing his task with a high degree of nervousness. At this time, no matter what the situation was, he could only suppress his anger and wait until he completed his task before going back to settle the score with them. Hu Xiaoheng closed his eyes and slowly exhaled. He pulled back his scattered thoughts and focused his attention on the downtown area. He calmly looked at the ground in front of him. 7 years ago, Gu Nianji's car had suddenly caught fire here and caught his attention. When he rushed in, broke the stuck seatbelt, and carried Gu Nianji out, the car exploded on the spot. The energy of the explosion was so great that it blasted a deep pit in the ground and even sent a mushroom cloud into the sky. The raging fire burned so thoroughly that the car was burned to ashes in the blink of an eye. Not even a speck of it was left. Hu Xiaoheng recalled what happened 7 years ago to calm his emotions. However, the evening news on the big screen in front of him was endless. A German delegation to China was broadcasting, 5 minutes long. Hu Xiaoheng occasionally looked up and saw the footage of Gu Nianji and the German, Reinitz. How much did the director like this pair? Was he going to shoot a 360-degree wide-angle shot with no blind spots? Hu Xiaoheng put one hand in his trouser pocket and wanted to take out another cigarette. At this time, the pedestrians on the street also noticed that there were eye-catching handsome men and women on tonight's evening news. One by one, they stopped and watched with relish. Wow! I never knew that a Huaxia girl and a German hunk could be so compatible. Hu Xiaoheng silently turned his head. Compatible? How blind was he? Did his left and right eyes have a visual acuity of 0? 1. Yes, yes. Look at that German hunk. He's so handsome that even the heavens are angry. Look at his military uniform. His epaulets. And his hands. And his eyes. Oh my. I'm so jealous of the girl opposite him. Although I'm not as pretty as her, I still have to say something. Let this German hunk go. Let me handle it. A few girls stood not far from Hu Xiaoheng and giggled. Their voices grew louder and louder, gradually attracting more and more passers-by to stop and watch. Hu Xiaoheng's brows furrowed tighter and tighter. The calmness that he had forcibly restrained just now was almost out of control. With a solemn face, he turned around and entered his car. He took his laptop from the passenger seat and typed quickly, connecting it to the electronic screen system of the building opposite. A minute later, the big screen on the building suddenly flashed and then went black. The screen turned black. Ah. How come it's gone? How annoying. I haven't recorded it with my phone yet. A few of the girls grumbled their disapproval. There's a live broadcast on your phone. Go and take a screenshot. They quickly found a new place on their phones and continued to watch the evening news. The ratings for tonight's evening news must be through the roof. The corners of Hu Xiaoheng's mouth twitched. He closed the laptop and tossed it aside. Out of sight, out of mind. He leaned against the driver's seat and wanted to close his eyes to rest, but before long, Song Jinning's voice came through the Bluetooth headset. Xiaoheng. Xiaoheng. Come here for a moment. Song Jinning's voice was surprised and anxious. There was even a slight tremble in it. Her voice was almost an octave higher than usual. Hu Xiaoheng's eyes snapped open and he opened the door to get out of the car. He hurried over to the van where Song Jinning was. He walked past the group of girls who had their heads down to watch the live broadcast of the evening news on their phones, creating a gust of wind. One of the girls raised her head in dissatisfaction and was about to reprimand someone for not looking where they were going when she inadvertently saw Hu Xiaoheng's side profile. She was instantly stunned and even more excited than when she saw the blonde, blue-eyed German handsome guy on TV. She was so excited that she couldn't speak. After a while, Hu Xiaoheng had already entered the large van in front of her. The girl finally came back to her senses and said dreamily, "Oh my God. I just saw a handsome guy from our Huaxia Empire. His looks aren't inferior to that blonde guy at all. In fact, he's even better." "Is that true? It's so dark. How can you see? Are your eyes playing tricks on you?" Her companions teased her with a smile. No one believed her. Hu Xiaoheng was actually wearing a low, wide-brimmed military cap that covered his entire forehead. He was also in the dark, so almost no one could see his appearance. Being caught a glimpse of by a girl was already his limit. Hu Xiaoheng entered Song Jinning's car and saw her in the middle of 2 rows of large flashing instruments. Her fingers were tapping on the keyboard and she was recording data on the computer. "What's wrong?" Hu Xiaoheng asked calmly as he leaned over to look at the data on Song Jinning's laptop. Song Jinning pointed at the rising data and said excitedly, "Xiaoheng. Look at these data. This means that the magnetic field is becoming more and more obvious and stronger. I don't know how strong it will be, but I can tell you that the strength of the magnetic field this time is the strongest we've ever recorded. It's already broken the record." The Huaxia Empire's first observation record of this magnetic field was 20 years ago. It was this set of magnetic field data that prompted the military to cooperate with the Institute of High Energy Physics. At the time, the director of the Institute of High Energy Physics, Song Haichuan, was in charge of a secret experiment. They wanted to perfectly replicate this set of naturally occurring magnetic field data in the laboratory. In the end, something went wrong and the experiment failed. A strong magnetic storm appeared in the magnetic field, causing all the electronic equipment in the laboratory to not only fail but also cause an unexpected explosion. The appearance of a strong magnetic field can allow us to perfect the observation data. It will be decisive for us to continue the experiment that was interrupted 17 years ago. Song Jining talked non-stop as her hands moved faster and faster. Because the data on both sides of the instruments were also moving faster and faster, it was almost impossible to distinguish in the end. Hu Xiaoheng watched for a while and said, "There should be surveillance video here, right? When the video is played back, we can better perfect the data by watching it frame by frame." Song Jining nodded. "Of course. I'm doing a preliminary analysis now. For a detailed analysis, I have to go back and re-enter the data according to the surveillance video." As she spoke, she looked at the preliminary data analysis on the computer and gradually realized that there were some problems with the data recorded in her hands. "Xiaoheng." Song Jining's voice trembled. "Something's wrong." "What's wrong?" Hu Xiaoheng immediately held Song Jining's arm and was ready to drag her out of the car at any time. It was the second night watch, and the monthly tickets had been delivered. It was the third night watch today. A reminder for everyone's recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. At 7:00 in the evening, the third night watch. Chapter 1074. The numbers are rising too fast. It's almost at the critical point. Song Jining struggled with all her might. "Let go of me. I'll go turn off the equipment." Hu Xiaoheng turned around and saw the 2 rows of equipment suddenly glow red. All the numbers shot up like crazy and quickly crossed the red line at the top. The numbers were off the charts. Then there was a crisp bang. The 2 rows of equipment simultaneously emitted blue-purple electric sparks, scurrying in the enclosed space of the van like silver snakes. Hu Xiaoheng reflexively pulled Song Jining over, then turned around and pushed her out of the van. This action caused him to inevitably turn his back to the instruments that were already sparking with electricity. Fortunately, he was wearing the best No. 5 soft bulletproof vest under his thin military uniform. It could even block bullets from semi-automatic submachine guns, so he wasn't afraid of being hurt by the electric sparks. Besides, how could the electric sparks be faster than bullets? Before the hot electric sparks landed on his back, Hu Xiaoheng had already leaped out of the car door. Behind him continued to crackle like firecrackers, or occasionally like frying beans. The crackling sound quickly attracted the attention of passers-by. Hu Xiaoheng quickly pulled Song Jining out of the van and immediately gave orders to his men through his Bluetooth headset. "Accident. Lock down the scene. Call fire trucks and ambulances. Roger. Lockdown of Area 1 complete. Roger. Lockdown of Area 2 complete. Roger. Lockdown of Area 7 complete." The personnel of the Special Operations Forces divided the area into 7 areas for security. In less than a minute, all 7 areas were locked down and cleared. All that was left was for the ambulances and fire trucks to arrive. The girls who had been looking at their phones were also asked to leave the lockdown area. They were extremely dissatisfied and shouted loudly, "What happened? Why is there no phone signal?" Not only was there no phone signal, but the entire area began to lose power. One by one, the tall buildings fell into darkness. Even the street lights on the streets went out one by one. The downtown area, which had been brightly lit a moment ago, was instantly plunged into darkness. Power outage. Why would there be a power outage at this time? Yeah. There's no wind or rain, why would there be a power outage? I want to file a complaint. Everyone expressed their dissatisfaction. At that moment, an even louder cry came from the crowd. "Look up. Look at the sky." Colorful halos suddenly lit up on the dark blue sky against the skyscrapers, swaying beautifully in the night sky. It was as if someone had knocked over a bucket of fluorescent paint. Using the sky as a curtain and light as a brush, they were painting abstract paintings with thick and heavy colors. Song Jining held her laptop and looked up at the halo belt in the sky. She was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth. Even the aurora has appeared, she murmured. She even rubbed her eyes with the back of her hand, worried that she was seeing things. Not only was there no cell signal and internet connection, but there was also no electricity. However, Hu Xiaoheng's mood miraculously improved. Still shielding Song Jining behind him, he calmly smiled and asked, "Why is there an aurora here?" "Miss Song, you've carved a boat for a sword, haven't you?" Song Jining rolled her eyes at Hu Xiaoheng and reprimanded him. "You're the one who's trying to find a way out. Miss Song will give you a free lesson. The aurora appeared here because we just had a high-energy magnetic storm. You see, all communication has been paralyzed, and the circuit system has been greatly affected. It has automatically tripped. There's also an even higher energy from the magnetic storm, which was released in the form of an aurora. Tell me, why can't there be an aurora here?" Hu Xiaoheng, well, as expected, professionals did professional things. Of course, Hu Xiaoheng was definitely not as good as Ms. Song in terms of high-energy physics. He admitted it without any psychological burden. At this time, the middle of the downtown intersection and the small square next to it had been sealed off. A large number of people were on the curb opposite the intersection, holding their phones up to the sky to take pictures of the astronomical spectacle that had just appeared. Hu Xiaoheng turned around to look at the large van with the equipment installed. He found that although there were electric sparks and a small fire inside, it wasn't very serious. He calmly observed the van until the fire truck drove over and aimed a fire extinguisher at the van. The electric sparks went out very quickly, and the van was charred black. The 2 rows of equipment were definitely useless, but the data should be fine because these equipment were synchronized to the cloud system. Although the data in the equipment was gone, there were still backups stored in the cloud system. Hu Xiaoheng could also take the hard drive and the equipment to the professionals in the department and try to see if they could recover it. He stood in front of the van with his hands behind his back, his brows furrowed. The fire was also in this strange magnetic field, so why didn't this car explode into a mushroom cloud like Gu Nianji's car? Why did it burn so thoroughly that there was no residue left? Only the inside of the car had been burned, and the outer shell was still fine. Could it be that the source of the explosion in Gu Nianji's car wasn't in the magnetic field, but in the car she was in? If that was the case, then the accident she experienced wasn't an accident at all, but a murder. Hu Xiaoheng's fingers clenched tightly, and the lines of his jaw tightened. His gaze was as sharp as an eagle's in the dark, and his handsome face had a unique charm that shocked people. Even the aurora above his head paled in comparison to him. Song Jining kept sighing beside him. How could this be? How could this be? Why is the magnetic field so strong this time? It doesn't make sense. Hu Xiaoheng asked without turning his head, what happens to the magnetic field after the magnetic storm? After the magnetic storm, the magnetic field disappears. Song Jining looked at Hu Xiaoheng like he was an idiot. The magnetic field is energy, and the magnetic storm consumed all the energy, so of course the magnetic field would disappear. Xiaoheng, didn't you graduate from university? Hu Xiaoheng ignored Song Jining's teasing and asked again, are you sure all the energy was released? Do you have any instruments to measure it? Song Jining said regretfully, there's one more, but it's not as professional as the 2 in the car. But it can still measure the energy of the magnetic field. Where is the machine? In the branch office over here. Song Jining pointed in the direction they had come from. There. Hu Xiaoheng immediately ordered his subordinates to retrieve the instrument through his Bluetooth headset. 10 minutes later, the simple magnetic field measuring instrument was sent over. Song Jining quickly operated it, and 10 minutes later, she was convinced. It's gone. The magnetic field has completely disappeared, and all the energy has been released. The enchanting and dazzling aurora in the night sky finally began to slowly fade. The nearby buildings began to brighten up again, and the street lamps also lit up. The power was restored, as were cell phone communications and the internet. Hu Xiaoheng looked up at the night sky, took a deep breath, and said, "Miss Song, I'm going back to the capital right away. Will you go back with me?" At this time, almost all the television stations in the country were broadcasting this breaking news. The aurora that only appears in the North and South Poles suddenly appeared in the sky above Sea City. It was the third watch. It was the third watch today. A reminder for everyone's recommendation votes and monthly votes. Good night, sweethearts. Chapter 1075. At the same time, not only was the Huaxia Empire's TV news broadcasting this breaking news, but almost all of the Blue Planet's TV stations stopped their normal broadcasts to broadcast this astronomical wonder that had appeared in the Huaxia Empire. The United States, European Union countries, South America, and even Africa and Oceania. Needless to say, other Asian countries were completely dominated by this breaking news. This news shocked the world. Countless astronomers grabbed their phones without hesitation and booked tickets to the Huaxia Empire's Sea City. They wanted to study it carefully. Why would an aurora appear in a place like this? Some countries' intelligence agencies also quickly took action. The CIA was the most enraged and shocked. How could such a high-energy magnetic storm appear in the Huaxia Empire? You trash. Trash. We spent so much money to let you operate in the Huaxia Empire. Where did you spend the money? Did you feed it to the dogs? Major General Hillen, the director of the CIA, was furious. He cursed at his trusted subordinates in his office and smashed his keyboard and coffee cup, but he still couldn't vent his anger. He panted and glared at his subordinates. He pointed at them and asked, "Speak. Where did all your money go?" His subordinates looked at each other and said awkwardly, "Ever since the Huaxia Empire established the Special Operations Forces, their intelligence agencies have been split up. The people we planted in the past can't get in. Even so, so much money. After so many years and billions of dollars spent, is this how you work?" Major General Hillen glared at them maliciously. His expression instantly became fierce and terrifying. "Even if the Special Operations Forces can't plant people in, we can still spend money elsewhere. We can at least hear something, right? Don't let me find out that you're embezzling money." "Your Excellency. We're not embezzling money." His subordinates were anxious. "Look at the Huaxia Empire's Weibo. Many of the VIPs and public guides receive funds from us. We spend a lot of money every month." "Yes, yes. The Huaxia Empire's manpower has been rising rapidly recently, so the funds are also being spent quickly." Major General Hillen of the CIA frowned. "You're saying that you spent money on the Huaxia Empire's Weibo? The dogs you raise are all on Weibo?" His subordinates nodded together. "Most of them are. They're easy to find." Major General Hillen. After a while, he suddenly stood up and kicked over his desk. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "What a bunch of F***king trash. Those keyboard warriors on Weibo who only know how to boast are useless. Listen up, cut off their funding and spend the money on people who have access to confidential information. I want to know why the aurora appeared in the Huaxia Empire. If you don't find anything in 3 days, I'll get a new batch of people. All of you, get lost." His subordinates obediently agreed and left his office while wiping their sweat. After they left, Major General Hillen wiped his face and immediately put away the fury on his face. He looked at the old-fashioned telephone on his desk and pondered for a moment. He reached out and took the phone, dialed a few numbers, and called the secret laboratory. Last time, the laboratory in this secret base was almost single-handedly destroyed by the pink piggy. He didn't know how the reconstruction was going. The phone rang 3 times before someone picked it up. It was the person in charge of the secret laboratory, Mr. X, who spoke. Hillstrom. Major General Hillen nodded. It's me. His voice was calm and neutral. The fury and anger from before had completely disappeared, as if he had become another person. What's the matter? Do you know about the aurora that appeared in the Huaxia Empire? The person in charge, Mr. X, was silent for a long time before finally saying. I know. How could I not know? The last sentence was said with a hint of jealousy. The director of the CIA, Major General Hillen, chuckled. Mr. X, do you have an explanation? As far as I know, aurora can't appear outside the North and South Poles. Yes. The person in charge of the secret laboratory, Mr. X, replied dryly with a straight face, but there are exceptions. In theory, as long as the magnetic storm reaches a certain level, the aurora can appear anywhere. Then you mean that a high-energy magnetic storm really appeared in the Huaxia Empire? Of course. What else do you think? Make a movie. The person in charge of the secret laboratory, Mr. X, looked angry and dissatisfied. But I don't believe they have such technology. They must have stolen it from us. Our laboratory system had just been breached by the pink piggy, and now the Huaxia Empire has such a high-energy magnetic storm. Don't you think it's too much of a coincidence? The director of the CIA, Major General Hillen, was both surprised and pleasantly surprised. You mean, we also have this technology? Yes, it's not difficult at all. Mr. X drawled, finally sounding a little arrogant. We have a lot of technology that is ahead of the blue planet. We just haven't disclosed it. Mr. X, you're so amazing. Major General Hillen laughed heartily. He was in a very good mood. Then I'm relieved. As for the Huaxia Empire, you're saying that they absolutely don't have the ability to develop this technology on their own? Based on the magnetic storm equivalent he had obtained, he was very worried that the Huaxia Empire had made a breakthrough in some kind of technology that would clear the final obstacle to the creation of the ultimate magnetic storm weapon, such as a magnetic storm gun that could paralyze the entire city's power system with one shot. For the United States, this kind of high-performance magnetic storm gun was still in the experimental stage in the laboratory and had not been equipped for the U.S. military special forces. Mr. X shook his head with incomparable arrogance. That's impossible. Even we don't have the ability to develop this technology on our own. How can they do it? The United States is the greatest country on the blue planet. If they can't do it, then other countries definitely can't do it either. If other countries can do it, then it must be because they stole their technology. Major General Hillen nodded with satisfaction. Then I'm relieved. As long as you guarantee it, I can peel off a layer of the Huaxia Empire's skin. I'll force them to spit out what they stole. In the banquet hall of the Huaxia Empire's Parliament building, the banquet was already coming to an end. At this time, the big screen on the wall suddenly turned on and broadcasted the breaking news from Sea City. The aurora that only appears in the North and South Poles suddenly appeared in the sky above Sea City. Half an hour had passed since the appearance of the aurora until the current live broadcast of the news. The cause and effect of the incident had become more detailed. News reporters from major television stations had arrived at the scene with live broadcast cameras. They filmed the aurora that remained in the night sky while interviewing the citizens present. In the television station's live broadcast room, the anchor was connected to well-dressed and knowledgeable professors and listened to them explain how this phenomenon appeared. Gu Nianji and Reinitz also looked at the big screen together. When she saw the familiar intersection in Sea City appear on the big screen, Gu Nianji made a sound of surprise in her heart. She had lived in Sea City for 6 years and was very familiar with this intersection. That was the starting point of her memory. Everything about her seemed to have started from that place. She couldn't remember anything before that. On the big screen, the reporters were interviewing the pedestrians there. We saw a car suddenly catch fire over there. Then someone came to maintain order and drove us away. After that, there was a power outage. We couldn't get through to the phone, and the internet was also disconnected. At that time, no one knew what had happened until they saw the aurora appear in the sky. A few young girls chattered to the reporters about what they had seen with their own eyes. They were very excited to be able to attend such a grand event. Gu Nianji's eyes slowly widened. She held on to the table and slowly stood up. Her hands were so tight that the veins on the back of her hands were bulging. Reinitz's attention was mostly on Gu Nianji. Seeing her body stiffen and her expression change, his heart skipped a beat. He reached over and gently patted her tensed shoulder. "What's wrong? Are you scared?" Gu Nianji's entire body trembled. She used all her self-control to restrain herself from losing her composure. But how could she not lose her composure? When she saw the burning van appear on the big screen, she almost screamed out loud. The location was almost the same as the car she had been in 7 years ago. She still remembered when the explosion had sounded and Hua Xiaoheng had held her tightly against his chest. She had seen the skyline and the tall buildings not far away through his shoulder. That scene was too profound for her. It was a high-resolution photo stored in the depths of her memory. From time to time, it would appear in the depths of her mind and appear in her nightmares as a teenager. Now that she saw that scene, it was as if her nightmare had suddenly come true. Or perhaps it was as if she had suffered twice and suffered twice. Fear instantly engulfed her entire body. She couldn't help trembling, and her teeth chattered. Reinitz saw that the blood had suddenly drained from her face. She was terrifyingly pale. He quickly touched her hand with the back of his hand and found that her hand was also cold. He thought she had caught a cold. Without thinking, he took off his military jacket and draped it over Gu Nianji. This was the first night watch. Today was the third night watch. A reminder to everyone about the recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. The monthly tickets were 5,700 plus updates at 1 p.m., and the third night watch at 7 p.m. Moi. Chapter 1076. Gu Nianji's entire body was cold, and her back was covered in cold sweat. Her mind was blank, just like a patient with severe hypoglycemia. Her vision was so dark that she couldn't see the big screen clearly. She blinked her eyes, and a wave of hot air assaulted her, wrapping her up. Her consciousness was brought back by this wave of hot air. She looked down at the front of her and saw Reinitz's slender and strong fingers holding the military jacket on her shoulders. In the dead of night, He Jichu was still working in front of the computer. Since he had decided to stay, there were too many things he had to do. As for the He family in South America, since when Shuyi had left, he had to personally handle all the big and small matters. He wasn't used to such trivial matters, so he worked patiently for a while, but still couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. He thought he should find a few more capable assistants or secretaries. When the text notification sounded on his phone, He Jichu had just sent out a few emails. This text notification ringtone was the highest level on his phone. He Jichu took the phone and saw the notification on the phone, "Watch TV." He Jichu was speechless. He rarely watched TV, and he would rather drink red wine alone than turn on the TV when he had free time. However, since this special message reminded him to watch TV, he walked to the living room and picked up the remote control to turn on the TV. What do you think caused the aurora this time? After all, auroras only existed in the North and South Poles. Almost all the TV channels were talking about this incident. Aurora appeared over Sea City at around 9:00 that night. He Jichu's expression froze slightly. He threw the remote control away and returned to his computer. He opened the web browser and found that the internet was also flooded with news about this. He entered a website and went to check it out. It wasn't done by the United States. It probably wasn't done by the Huaxia Empire either. They didn't have this technology yet. He Jichu returned to the news and carefully read a detailed report. He then opened the website of the news website to find the specific location of the incident. When he saw the familiar crossroads in Sea City, He Jichu's shimmering almond-shaped eyes were solemn and cold. He couldn't believe it. He really couldn't believe it. Did it really have something to do with that person? Why did he do this? He Jichu's heart tightened. He grabbed the phone and dialed Gu Nianji's number. Gu Nianji was wearing Reinitz's military uniform and holding a cup of hot cocoa. She stood near the golden velvet curtains because she was closer to the air conditioner vent, so it was warmer. It was early spring, and the nights in the imperial capital were still very cold. The central air conditioner was blowing warm air. Just as she took a sip of hot cocoa, she heard the sound of a phone call in her Bluetooth headset. She used voice to turn on the phone and answer the call. It was He Jichu's voice. It was his usual cool and indifferent voice, but there was a hint of imperceptible nervousness. Nianji, where are you? In times of fear, people would develop a strong attachment to familiar things. When Gu Nianji heard He Jichu's familiar voice, it was like a drowning person grabbing onto a piece of driftwood. She felt that He Jichu was extremely familiar. In a hoarse voice, she said, "I'm at the Senate building. I want to go home." Her voice involuntarily carried a tinge of grievance, like a child acting spoiled to her parent. Reinitz's hand paused. He gently turned his head away and looked out the window. He couldn't believe that when he heard Gu Nianji's voice on the phone, he actually felt a moment of regret. Gu Nianji wasn't acting spoiled to him. He Jichu immediately said, "Come out. I'll take you home." However, when he took the car keys out, He Jichu asked again, "Where's Huashao? Isn't he with you?" Gu Nianji's safety should be fully under Huashaoheng's responsibility now. Gu Nianji sniffled and quickly glanced at Reinitz. Seeing that he was looking elsewhere, she took out her phone and sent He Jichu a text. "Nianzi is here, he's not here." The subtext was that he went on a mission. He Jichu saw the text and cursed in his heart before getting out of the elevator. Gu Nianji wanted to leave early. She looked around and saw that Speaker Long was not far from her. She quickly took off Reinitz's military jacket and put it back in his hands. She then walked over to Speaker Long and said, "Speaker Long, I'm not feeling well. I'll go back first." Speaker Long originally planned to have a meeting with his trusted subordinates after the banquet to discuss today's situation. He wanted Gu Nianji to participate as well. However, when he looked up and saw Gu Nianji's pale face, Speaker Long immediately changed his mind and asked with concern, "Where are you not feeling well? Did you catch a cold?" Gu Nianji reluctantly nodded and said in a low voice, "I think I caught a cold last night. I'll go back and sleep. I'll be fine tomorrow." "It's okay. Go back and rest well. If you still don't feel well tomorrow, rest at home." Speaker Long felt it was a pity that Gu Nianji couldn't attend the bilateral meeting tomorrow, but for him, health was more important. He never advocated working when one was sick. Gu Nianji nodded. "If I'm fine tomorrow, I'll go to work. If I'm still not feeling well, I'll really have to take a few days of sick leave." Speaker Long agreed and even wanted to find someone to send her back. Gu Nianji declined Speaker Long's proposal and said with a smile, "I called a car. Someone will pick me up." Reinitz had been by her side the whole time. When he heard that, he was confused. Gu Nianji sensed Reinitz's gaze on her. Although it was a little prickly, she could handle it. Gu Nianji calmly said goodbye to Speaker Long and the people from the Senate Secretariat, then turned to leave the banquet hall. Reinitz thought about it, then grabbed a German man and said in German, "I have something to do tonight. You don't have to wait for me." The German man nodded quickly. On the surface, their delegation to China seemed to be the core of the female prime minister. But even as the prime minister, she had to act according to He Jichu's mood and was polite and respectful to him. Of course, the staff member who accompanied the delegation didn't dare to put on airs in front of Reinitz. He quickly said, "Okay, I'll pass on the message to the prime minister." Reinitz caught up with Gu Nianji in the hallway outside the banquet hall of the Senate building and said with a smile, "Miss Gu, you left in such a hurry that you forgot your bodyguard in the banquet hall." Gu Nianji turned around in surprise. "No, I didn't bring a bodyguard." Her bright eyes flashed with the word innocent. It was as if the woman who had deduced the trajectory of his growth from just a few words was just a figment of his imagination. Reinitz felt a sense of excitement at meeting his match. He pointed to himself and said with a smile, "That's me, Miss Gu. May I have the honor of being your escort?" Gu Nianji was speechless. "It's cold outside. Put my jacket on first and return it to me when we get in the car," Reinitz said as he draped the military jacket over his arm over Gu Nianji's shoulders. 15 minutes later, He Jichu's sports car stopped in front of the Senate building. Sitting in the car, He Jichu saw Gu Nianji through the transparent window. Under the tall white pillars, she wore a German Army Major General's uniform. The uniform was a bit large, so it made her look even smaller. He Jichu also saw Reinitz standing next to Gu Nianji. He stood very close to Gu Nianji. From He Jichu's perspective, he felt that Reinitz's other hand was definitely resting on Gu Nianji's waist. The anger in He Jichu's heart instantly rose. He got out of the car with a dark expression and came to Gu Nianji and Reinitz's side. He threw a punch at Reinitz's face. He said coldly in German, "Stay away from her. Don't let me see you deliberately getting close to her again." It was the second night watch, and the monthly ticket arrived at 5,700 plus one night watch. It was the third night watch. It was 7 in the evening. Mwah. Chapter 1077. Reinitz had received special training since he was a child, and his skills were among the best in the German special forces. But he didn't dodge He Jichu's punch. He only had time to turn his head and avoid the sharpest part of He Jichu's punch. He tried his best to protect his head from being hit. Gu Nianji was stunned for a moment, but she quickly understood. She remembered the time He Jichu and Hu Xiaoheng fought fiercely at her house. Reinitz wasn't stronger than Hu Xiaoheng, so He Jichu didn't have to use much effort to beat him. Gu Nianji's large, intelligent eyes looked between He Jichu and Reinitz. He Jichu's words just now made her wonder if they knew each other. He Jichu's tone and meaning made it seem like he was talking to an acquaintance. All sorts of thoughts raced through her mind, but before they could take root, He Jichu had already pulled her over. He tore off the German military jacket she was wearing and threw it back to Reinitz. At the same time, he took off his thin cashmere coat and draped it over Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji felt even warmer. She smiled apologetically at Reinitz. "I'm sorry, I'll be going now. Good night, Major General Reinitz." Reinitz held his military jacket in the crook of his arm as he stared at He Jichu. His eyes were dark, and his expression was a bit gloomy. He was probably in a bad mood after being punched for no reason. The guard standing at the entrance of the building didn't move, as if they didn't see what was happening. He Jichu pointed in Reinitz's direction. He wanted to say something but stopped himself. In the end, he snorted coldly and took Gu Nianji's arm to walk down the steps of the building. "My car is parked outside. Come with me to my place today." He Jichu didn't look at Gu Nianji when he spoke. He was obviously in a bad mood. Gu Nianji was speechless. But at this time, she only wanted to go home. Gu Nianji said tactfully, Professor He, it's already past 10. I'll go home. She was worried He Jichu wouldn't agree, so she quickly added, I'm not feeling well. Really, I already left early today. He Jichu put his hand on her forehead to feel it. She seemed to be having a fever. He was even more insistent. Go to my place. If you continue having a fever at night, someone will take care of you. I can go find Brother Chin. Gu Nianji blurted out, but she immediately remembered that Chin Lai was at the Special Operations Forces Headquarters base. She had heard that the Special Operations Forces Headquarters base had been stricter recently, and outsiders were not allowed to enter. Hu Xiaoheng wasn't there, so it might not be convenient for her to be there. Before Gu Nianji could finish her thoughts, He Jichu stopped her. Chen Lai. You've had enough. Come to my house for one night. Are you worried that Hu Xiaoheng will be unhappy? Then tell him not to go on a mission. At the end of his sentence, his voice had already raised, and it was obvious that he was in a terrible mood. Gu Nianji didn't dare argue with him anymore. She said sheepishly. That's not it. Hu Xiao won't be unhappy. He's just worried that Professor He won't be able to. What's inconvenient about it? You're even wearing a stranger's jacket, and you still think it's inconvenient. He Jichu's words were especially vicious when he was in a bad mood. Gu Nianji shut her mouth and wisely stopped adding fuel to the fire. She obediently followed He Jichu into the car and drove in the direction of the B University professor's building. He Jichu's sports car's performance was very good. It was fast and stable, and it didn't have the typical roar of a sports car at all. They soon arrived at B University. From the car, Gu Nianji saw the female law graduate student dormitory that she used to live in. She rubbed her phone and almost called Ma Chichi. But looking at the time, it was almost 11 o'clock. She decided not to disturb her sleep. She followed He Jichu to his suite in the professor's building. He Jichu pointed in the direction of the guest room. You'll be staying here. Your toiletries are all new. They're in the bathroom. I have some clothes for you to change into. Gu Nianji was speechless. She was silent for a while, then asked, Professor He, why do you have clothes for me here? He Jichu turned his head uncomfortably. I bought them a while ago. I didn't want to give them to you. Gu Nianji laughed and didn't refuse pretentiously. She rubbed her increasingly hot forehead and mumbled, Thank you, Professor He. She knew He Jichu's apartment very well. After all, she had been there for the past year, even though she was a student teaching assistant. She went to the guest room and first went to the bathroom to wash up. When she came out, she found that He Jichu had already placed her sleeping robe and clothes on the bed in the guest room. Gu Nianji yawned and changed into her robe before falling asleep. Because of the series of shocks from before, she didn't sleep well that night. When He Jichu came to check on her in the middle of the night, he found that her face was flushed as if she was having a nightmare. She was mumbling something, but he didn't know what she was saying. He Jichu reached out to touch her forehead and found that it was burning. He took out his medical kit and took out an electronic thermometer to touch Gu Nianji's forehead. The temperature was off the charts. However, He Jichu didn't seem surprised at all. He calmly returned the temperature to normal and tucked Gu Nianji in. Then he put an ice pack on her forehead to cool her down. While he was waiting, Gu Nianji's brows furrowed even more. Daddy. Daddy. I want Daddy. She began to whimper and cry. Her hands reached out from under the blanket and scratched wildly. He Jichu's heart skipped a beat. He quickly grabbed her hand and shoved it back under the blanket. Gu Nianji sobbed in her dream for a while. Perhaps He Jichu's approach made her feel something, but after a while, she called out pitifully. Brother, It was the tone she used when she was with He Ji-chu when she was young. He Ji-chu's nose suddenly ached. With trembling hands, he touched Gu Nianji's head and whispered in her ear in a gentle tone that he had never used before. "Brother, he is here. He won't go anywhere. He will always be with you." His comfort gradually took effect. Gu Nianji didn't continue to cry in her dream. Although her teeth were still tightly clenched and her brows were tightly furrowed, she didn't cry uncontrollably like before. For a dreamer, this meant that the dreamer had control over the dream. There would be no more dreams that she couldn't bear. He Ji-chu propped his head up and sat by Gu Nianji's bed to look at her. From time to time, he changed the ice pack on her forehead. After an unknown amount of time, a phone suddenly rang in the silence. "Priest, temple, war, bow and arrow, whose pass did you belong to me in the crowd?" He Ji-chu was speechless. He had heard this ringtone before. It was the exclusive ringtone that Gu Nianji had set for Hu Xiaoheng on her phone. He Ji-chu looked around and found the direction of the ringtone. He walked over to pick up Gu Nianji's phone. Seeing that the caller ID on the phone was Mr. A, He Ji-chu's lips twitched as he picked up the call. "Nianji, where are you?" Hu Xiaoheng's deep and magnetic voice came from the phone, but he sounded slightly anxious. He Ji-chu's shimmering, sultry eyes flashed as he said slowly. "I'm here. It was the third watch. It was the third watch today. Good night, sweethearts." Chapter 1078. Hu Xiaoheng was taken aback. "At your place?" "Yes, at my place, on the bed next to me." He Ji-chu was in a bad mood and spoke very rudely. Hu Xiaoheng was speechless. As soon as he finished speaking, the location on the computer in front of Hu Xiaoheng was completed. The coordinates that appeared on the screen were the B University professor's building He Ji-chu lived in. Hu Xiaoheng looked at his watch expressionlessly. It was already 3:30 in the morning. He got off his private jet and drove to the Hepingli precinct where Gu Nianji lived. At the same time, he turned on the satellite positioning system on his private jet to find Gu Nianji's location. He knew that she should be sleeping at this time, but he still searched and called her phone. He was originally hesitant to call her at this time because it would frighten her. He didn't expect that he would be the one who would be frightened. Hu Xiaoheng rubbed his temples and restrained his deep and magnetic voice. "He Ji-chu, don't do anything rash. Nianji treats you like family." "I'm rash." He Ji-chu sneered as he changed another ice pack on Gu Nianji's forehead. "So what if I'm rash? It's better than you not being by her side every time she's in danger." "Hu Xiaoheng, I'm telling you, don't think that you already have Nianji in your palm. I can make her leave you any time I want." "How dare you?" Hu Xiaoheng couldn't control his emotions for the first time and roared angrily. His right hand clenched into a fist and his knuckles cracked. A ruthless and cold-blooded expression flashed across his face. Fan Jian, the orderly driving in the front, was shocked and instinctively slammed on the brakes. The wheels of the bulletproof car screeched loudly on the highway. Hu Xiaoheng snapped back to reality and took a deep breath. He closed his eyes and quickly calmed himself down. His momentary loss of composure seemed to have been a hallucination in the early hours of the morning. Fan Jian, the orderly driving in the front, felt that he must have been suffering from a severe lack of sleep. Not only was he hallucinating, but he was also hallucinating. He Ji-chu felt better when he heard Hu Xiaoheng's fierce reaction. The treasure he held in his palm would want others to hold it in their palm as well. If not, he would take it back without hesitation. He Ji-chu hung up and looked at Gu Nianji with a complicated expression. Her temperature had dropped to 40 degrees Celsius. For most people, it was still a high fever, but for her, she was already out of danger and back to normal. He held Gu Nianji's hand and kissed the back of it. She was born for him. From the moment she was born, she was his responsibility. It was a treasure that he would cherish for the rest of his life. Baby, he only wanted her well. As long as she lived a good life, he would not care about anything. Hijichu knew that he had never been a generous person, much less a noble and selfless person. His methods were brutal and vengeful. He never knew what it meant to give in and let go. However, in front of Gu Nianji, he had become a true saint. If the people in his hometown saw him like this, they would definitely be shocked. Hijichu forced a smile as he tucked Gu Nianji's hand back under the blanket. Hu Xiaoheng's elbow rested on the side of the car window as he stared coldly at the bright lights outside. Late at night in the early spring, the imperial capital was still brightly lit. It was a scene of fireworks and silver flowers that never slept. His heart was burning with anxiety, but his expression did not change as he quietly waited for his car to enter the B University campus. Fan Jian received his instructions and got off the highway to Hipingli. He turned onto the 4th Ring Road and drove for another half an hour before he saw the B University South Gate not far away. Under the night sky, the B University's South Gate stood tall and plain. The shiny iron fence in front of the gate was lined up, so it was impossible to drive directly in. Fan Jian abruptly honked the horn at the gate. The night guard at the south gate of B University raised his head to take a look and squinted when he saw the car headlights. When he saw the license plate, the guard immediately sobered up. He quickly turned on the lights twice and pressed a button to open the iron fence to let Hu Xiaoheng's car in. Hu Xiaoheng was followed by a motorcade of 7 or 8 cars. However, only his bulletproof car entered the campus. The other cars were quietly parked by the road. The black military vehicles had a solemn and dignified aura. They were so intimidating that the cars on the road couldn't help but slow down. Hu Xiaoheng arrived at Hijichu's building and called Gu Nianji's phone again. Hijichu walked to the window with the phone in hand and opened the curtains to look down. Under the streetlight in front of the building was a modified black Hummer military vehicle. It was longer and wider than a typical Hummer SUV and had a sturdier chassis. It was said to be the same model as the steel plates used in tanks and armored vehicles. Hijichu picked up the phone and didn't argue with Hu Xiaoheng anymore. He said in a low voice, "Nianji is sick. She's running a fever." Hu Xiaoheng was speechless. He thought about it and opened the door to get out. "I'll come up to take a look. Major General Hua is busy every day. You should go do your mission." Hijichu mocked him and said leisurely, "If Nianji can't endure it this time, I'll burn 3 sticks of incense on your behalf. She'll be able to rest in peace." Hu Xiaoheng's expression was as dark as the bottom of a pot. He kicked the car door shut with a loud bang. He walked quickly to the lobby of the professor's building without looking back. The corners of Hijichu's mouth twitched. He closed the curtains and put away his phone before going to the kitchen to make coffee. When the doorbell rang, Hijichu had just put the coffee beans into the coffee machine. He turned on the coffee machine's automatic transmission and went to open the door for Hu Xiaoheng. As soon as the door opened, a fist mercilessly smashed towards his face along with the whistling sound of the wind. Although Hijichu had been mentally prepared and was well trained, he still couldn't dodge the punch. The side of his left eye was scratched, and the corner of his eye instantly turned purple. Only then did he realize that when he fought with Hu Xiaoheng had gone easy on him. Hijichu's mind raced as he quickly retreated to the right. At the same time, his left leg flew up to kick Hu Xiaoheng's chest. If Hu Xiaoheng wanted to dodge the kick, he would have no choice but to retreat. At that time, Hijichu could take the opportunity to close the door again and teach this ungrateful person a lesson. He didn't expect Hu Xiaoheng's right arm to be as steady as a mountain in front of his chest. He abruptly raised it to block the flying leg and used the momentum to push forward. As a result, the one who had to retreat to stabilize himself was Hijichu. Taking advantage of Hijichu's retreat, Hu Xiaoheng had already entered the house and rushed to the guest room where Gu Nianji was. By the time He Jichu steadied himself, Hu Xiaoheng had already entered the room. He Jichu sneered as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He closed the door and went to his bedroom to check on his injuries. Hu Xiaoheng arrived at the guest room where Gu Nianji was staying. As soon as he entered, he saw her sleeping quietly on the bed with a blanket wrapped around her. There was a small ice pack on her forehead. Her breathing was steady, and her brows were relaxed. Her plump lips had a natural curvature. Other than her extremely pale face, he couldn't tell that she was sick. Hu Xiaoheng watched from the door for a while before slowly walking to Gu Nianji's bedside. He bent down to remove the ice pack and used the back of his hand to feel Gu Nianji's forehead. Even though there was an ice pack on her forehead was still boiling hot. Hu Xiaoheng looked around and saw a small first aid kit placed not far away. The kit was half open, so He Jichu must have used it. Hu Xiaoheng walked over and found an electronic thermometer to measure Gu Nianji's temperature. 40 degrees. Fortunately, Hu Xiaoheng also sighed in relief. He had seen Gu Nianji's off the charts before, so 40 degrees was indeed not bad for her. However, fever was the most damaging to one's vitality. Even though 40 degrees wasn't the highest temperature for Gu Nianji, the torture her body experienced was exactly the same as a normal person's. Her lips were dry and cracked like a withered flower, fragile like a feather. As long as a gust of wind blew, it would immediately scatter and disappear without a trace. Hu Xiaoheng's eyes ached when he recalled He Jichu's angry words of burning incense on his behalf. He pursed his lips tightly and placed the ice pack on Gu Nianji's forehead before reaching under the blanket to touch her back. It was still boiling hot, but she wasn't sweating. The fever wouldn't go down if she didn't sweat. Hu Xiaoheng originally wanted to take Gu Nianji back, but seeing her like this, he couldn't just take her away like this. He Jichu walked over and knocked on the door. He said, "I made coffee. Do you want some?" Hu Xiaoheng wasn't sleepy at all, and he wouldn't eat or drink outside casually. He waved his hand. "No, thank you." He Jichu wasn't surprised. He brought the Colombian black coffee over and sat on the other side. He asked Hu Xiaoheng bluntly, "Nianji went to receive the German delegation to China today. Did you ask her to go?" Hu Xiaoheng was speechless. He looked at Gu Nianji without blinking and slowly shook his head. "Would you believe me if I said no?" "I would." "Why wouldn't I believe you?" He Jichu shrugged. "Reinitz is already here. If you still asked her to receive the German delegation, then I was wrong about you." He Jichu and Hu Xiaoheng both knew what kind of person Reinitz was. They would never believe that Reinitz had any sincerity towards Gu Nianji. They were both men, and it was almost an innate talent for them to put on a show. If Gu Nianji really was a little girl who hadn't seen the world, Reinitz could take advantage of her at any time. Hu Xiaoheng recalled the scene he saw on the big screen in Sea City, and he couldn't get rid of the frustration in his heart. However, he wouldn't mention this in front of He Jichu. He only asked, "Then why did Professor He go to the Senate to pick up Nianji?" His question was sharp and direct, and He Jichu was instantly speechless. After a while, he slowly said, "I just can't stand Reinitz putting on an act. If I didn't go, Reinitz would be the one taking care of Nianji like this today." Hu Xiaoheng suddenly looked up at He Jichu. His voice was hoarse. "What did you say? What the hell happened?" It was one thing for Reinitz and Gu Nianji to have a toast at the banquet, but how did it get to the point where he was taking care of her when she was sick? Hu Xiaoheng couldn't figure out what clues he had missed. Nianji saw the aurora in Sea City, and it was a huge shock to her, He Jichu said simply. She had nightmares the first half of the night and kept calling for her father. Hu Xiaoheng was speechless. This was the first night watch. It was still the third night watch. Everyone's recommendation votes and monthly votes. The monthly votes were 6,000 plus updates at 1 p.m., and the third update was at 7 p.m. P.S. Thank you to the leader, Fish G, for tipping 50,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Thank you to Beth1211 for tipping 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Mwah. Chapter 1079. Hu Xiaoheng silently looked away and stared at Gu Nianji's sleeping face for a long time. Gu Nianji wasn't the only one who was shocked by the scene last night. Even Hu Xiaoheng, who had an unusually strong mental fortitude, was secretly shocked. However, he was shocked that the burnt car looked different from Gu Nianji's car. What was Gu Nianji shocked about? Hu Xiaoheng was silent for a while and thought of He Jichu's strangeness. He glanced at him and suddenly asked, Professor He, how did you know Nianji would be shocked by the aurora? He Jichu shook his head calmly. I didn't know beforehand. I saw Nianji attend the banquet last night on TV, so I rushed to pick her up. He Jichu raised his chin as he spoke, his shimmering, sultry eyes flashing. When I got there, I saw Reinitz politely send Nianji out of the building and even put his jacket on her. Hu Xiaoheng's fists clenched even tighter, but his face remained calm and collected. He Jichu glanced at Hu Xiaoheng's clenched fists and curled his lips. He continued to stab Hu Xiaoheng in the heart. At the time, his arm was around Nianji's waist. I was angry when I saw it. Just like how you hit me when you came in, I also punched Reinitz. The harmonious image of Reinitz and Gu Nianji drinking together appeared in Hu Xiaoheng's mind again. He looked down calmly and chuckled. Thank you, Professor He. When Nianji wakes up, I'll ask her what's going on. If Reinitz did that, it would be beneath his status. He Jichu snickered. He crossed his legs and sat lazily on the sofa. His cool and indifferent voice did not contain any warmth. Status. As the director of the German Federal Intelligence Service, Reinitz is just like you, Hu Xiao. He will do anything for the sake of his mission. Professor He knows Reinitz well. Hu Xiaoheng took the opportunity to get information about Reinitz from He Jichu. However, He Jichu was not someone who could be easily fooled. He was well aware of Hu Xiaoheng's intentions and had no intention of giving Hu Xiaoheng advice. No, I don't understand Reinitz. He Jichu wagged his index finger. But I understand how people like you do things. When Hu Xiaoheng heard He Jichu say this, he knew that He Jichu was already on guard, so he didn't pursue the matter any further. Lowering his head, he took out his phone and sent Song Jining a message asking if she had arrived home safely. After they got off the plane, Hu Xiaoheng asked his people to send Song Jining back to her dorm at the Institute of High Energy Physics. He went to look for Gu Nianji as soon as he could. Not long after, his phone vibrated. It was a call from Song Jining. Hu Xiaoheng stood up and said to He Jichu, I'll take a call. He Jichu didn't even look at him. He snickered. Major General Hua is indeed a busy man. Ignoring him, Hu Xiaoheng put on his Bluetooth headset and walked out of Gu Nianji's room to the balcony. Looking at his watch, it was almost 4:30. The sky was foggy, and the darkness was thick. It was the darkest time before dawn. Hu Xiaoheng took a deep breath and answered the phone. Miss Song, what's the matter? After Song Jining returned to the dormitory to wash up, she couldn't fall asleep. She decided not to sleep and went straight to the lab. When Hu Xiaoheng sent her a text message, she had just finished the first round of initial analysis of the data downloaded from the cloud. Xiaoheng. Even if it was a trap this time, it was worth it. Song Jining's cheerful voice came from the Bluetooth headset. It made people feel happy just listening to it. Hu Xiaoheng was extremely relaxed when he heard this kind of voice after a day of thrilling experiences. Really? Miss Song, what did you find? He asked with a chuckle. Didn't I tell you that the magnetic field this time is stronger than any previous one? Song Jining looked at the analysis results on the screen and was so excited that she almost danced with joy. Yes, you did say that the magnetic field is stronger than any previous one on record. Yes. One of the benefits of a strong magnetic field is that the data is clearer and more coherent. Song Jining simply printed out the data. The magnetic field we detected in the past was much worse than this one. It can't be compared at all. Therefore, the data we obtained in the past was actually imperfect and incoherent. There are many missing places in the middle that we need to calculate and solve on our own. Hu Xiaoheng put his hands in his trouser pockets and quietly listened to Song Jining describe her findings. This kind of calculation is very complicated, and because of the hardware and software, we still can't accurately calculate the missing places. The data used in the previous experiments were all vague, and we even used conjectures to replace some of the parts that couldn't be calculated, resulting in many errors and omissions in the data used in our experiments. I think I roughly understand why the experiment from 17 years ago failed. The hardware that Song Jining was talking about was the function of the supercomputer, which couldn't reach the precision and speed they needed to calculate. And the software was the specific algorithm. They hadn't found an optimal algorithm to calculate the missing data in the magnetic field. But now, they could use the data measured in the field to overcome the shortcomings of the hardware and software. In other words, because of the strong magnetic field this time, it made up for the incomplete data caused by the weak magnetic field in the past. Hu Xiaoheng's heart skipped a beat when he thought of this. Miss Song, do you mean that we can restart the experiment right away? Major General Hu, you're thinking too fast. Song Jining's voice calmed down. Do you know how long it will take to process so much data? Hu Xiaoheng, Miss Song, let me tell you, even with the most efficient supercomputer in your department, it will take 2 years to process it. Song Jining shook her head regretfully. But that's how scientific research is. It takes years of monotonous and repetitive calculations and analysis to get the final results. Hu Xiaoheng was also a little disappointed, but this wasn't his job after all. He was only disappointed for a moment before he said, "Then I'll have to trouble you, Miss Song. If you need to use our department's supercomputer, you can report to the military and use it after approval." He also hoped to restart the experiment as soon as possible. Only then would he be worthy of his grandfather, Song Haichuan, and his uncle, Wu Guanyuan, who had sacrificed their lives for the experiment. After Song Jining finished speaking to Hu Xiaoheng, she felt that her excitement could finally calm down. After so many years of hard work, she had finally made a major breakthrough today. Any normal person would be willing to share it with others. She wiped her face and began to integrate and analyze all the data based on the initial analysis results. Before that, she had to design a set of models to analyze the data. Hu Xiaoheng wanted to talk to Song Jining again, but found that her phone couldn't be reached. Miss Song, who was extremely passionate about scientific research, had probably immersed herself in her work again. The corners of Hu Xiaoheng's mouth twitched. He turned off his phone and returned to the guest room where Gu Nianji was staying. He sat for a while and took a nap in the middle. When he woke up, the sky was already bright. Hu Xiaoheng opened his eyes and saw Gu Nianji's bright, black eyes looking at him with a smile. "Major General Hu, there's green stubble on your chin." Gu Nianji playfully reached out and gently scratched Hu Xiaoheng's chin, which had just revealed a green stubble. He Ji-Chu suddenly felt that he couldn't look at her anymore. He stood up with a sullen face and walked out with his back stiff. The second monthly pass of 6,000 plus updates had been delivered. It was still the third night. 7 p.m., the third night. P.S. Vote for your monthly votes as soon as possible, dear ones. Let's see if we can stay in the top 10 this time. Let's do it together. Wax. Chapter 1080. Hu Xiaoheng's frustration and anger, as well as faint bitterness and sourness, disappeared with a gentle brush of Gu Nianji's soft hand. Holding her hand to his chin, Hu Xiaoheng kissed her slender and soft fingers one by one. Gu Nianji never kept her nails long and always trimmed them clean and tidy. Her plump fingertips and pink fingernails were all beautiful in Hu Xiaoheng's eyes. His green stubble had just appeared, and his chin was a bit messy. It added an even more masculine aura to Hu Xiaoheng's stunning handsomeness. The small stubble pricked her hand, and it hurt and itched. Gu Nianji laughed softly. From the corner of her eye, she saw He Jichu's back as he walked out. Her laughter stopped abruptly, and her fair and delicate face blushed. She snatched her hand away in embarrassment and whispered, "Professor, he is here too." "It's my fault." She woke up from her dream and saw Hu Xiaoheng the moment she opened her eyes. The comfort and reliability that came from her heart instantly freed her from the nightmares. Whether it was a dream or reality, Hu Xiaoheng was the one who saved her. When she saw him, it was hard for her to look at anyone else. Moreover, He Jichu was sitting on the sofa at the foot of the bed. How could Gu Nianji see him at first glance? However, her behavior just now would have been fine if it was just her and Hu Xiaoheng together. But with someone else in the room, it seemed a bit frivolous. Gu Nianji pulled up the blanket to cover her face and said sullenly, "Hu Xiao, go out first." "I'm going to get up." Hu Xiaoheng felt at ease and stood up energetically to pull her blanket away. "Don't hold it in. The air under the blanket isn't good. Get up, I'll make you breakfast, and then we'll go home." Gu Nianji agreed and obediently sat up on the bed. Hu Xiaoheng walked out of the guest room with a satisfied smile on his face and stepped into He Jichu's kitchen. He Jichu was making coffee again. When he heard someone come in, he looked back but didn't say anything. Hu Xiaoheng opened his fridge and looked inside. "You don't even have eggs here." What did he eat every day? Eating wind and drinking dew. He Jichu didn't even bother to look at her. He said coldly, "If you want eggs, ask the hen." "Why are you asking me? Aren't you eating breakfast?" Hu Xiaoheng closed the fridge and wondered if he should take Gu Nianji back to the official residence for breakfast. "I've already ordered breakfast. It'll be here soon." He Jichu looked away. "Is Nianji up yet?" "Yeah, I'm up." Hu Xiaoheng saw that He Jichu had already ordered food, so he wasn't in a hurry to leave. He took out his cell phone and sat down at the table to watch the news. He Jichu brewed black Colombian coffee for himself and heated milk for Gu Nianji. He didn't prepare anything for Hu Xiaoheng. Not long after, the hotel's breakfast arrived. There were toasted pancakes, waffles, blueberry muffins, maple syrup imported from Canada, yellow scrambled eggs, brown bacon, South American nuts, large raisins from the West, dried cranberries imported from the United States, and finally 2 huge beef burgers that were half a foot tall. He Jichu pointed at the 2 half-foot tall burgers and said impatiently, "These are yours. Do you want them or not?" Hu Xiaoheng was speechless. He really wasn't used to eating out. However, he hadn't eaten a single grain of rice or water since yesterday afternoon. He was indeed hungry and thirsty. Gu Nianji finished washing up and walked over. She smiled at He Jichu. "Good morning, Professor He." Looking at the sumptuous breakfast on the table, Gu Nianji praised him exaggeratedly. "So much delicious food. It's all my favorite food." "Thank you, Professor He." The corners of He Jichu's lips curled up, but his smile wasn't obvious. However, his tone was much warmer. "Sit. Eat more if you like it." Hu Xiaoheng didn't hesitate to take a beef burger and take a bite. After swallowing, he said to Gu Nianji, "Aren't your favorite breakfast steamed buns and shrimp wontons?" Gu Nianji was speechless. What was wrong with this person? Don't hit people in the face, and don't point out their shortcomings when scolding them. She felt guilty towards Professor He and couldn't even say something nice to please him. Gu Nianji glared at Hu Xiaoheng and smiled at He Jichu. I like them all. I like them all. She originally meant to say that she liked traditional breakfast steamed buns and shrimp wontons, as well as Western-style breakfast like pancakes and bacon. However, He Jichu and Hu Xiaoheng both felt strange when they heard it. The two of them didn't say anything and began eating breakfast with great vigor. The breakfast on the table was swept clean by the three of them like a whirlwind sweeping away the clouds. Gu Nianji clutched her stomach and leaned back in her seat. Professor He is feeding a pig. After this meal, I feel like I can go 3 days without food like a camel. Hu Xiaoheng laughed at her. You think you can go 3 days with that small stomach of yours? Eating is like eating snacks. You can eat 5 or 6 meals a day. What's wrong? Can't I eat? Gu Nianji rolled her eyes. I earn my own money to eat. I won't eat you poor. It was clearly an argument, but to He Jichu, it was an eyesore. He waved his hand impatiently. If you want to flirt, go away. Don't pollute the air here. Gu Nianji was speechless. Fine. No matter what she did today, it would be wrong. It was better to speak less and do less. For the next 10 minutes, Gu Nianji didn't say a word. It wasn't until she left with Hu Xiaoheng that she whispered to He Jichu, Professor He, thank you so much for yesterday. Last night was when she was at her weakest. She sincerely thanked He Jichu for bringing her back to accompany her. He Jichu originally wanted to close the door, but hearing her sincerity, he couldn't help but rub her head. Go back and rest for 2 days. You can go back to work at the Senate after the election results are out. Gu Nianji originally wanted to participate in the bilateral meeting with the German delegation to China, but Reinitz was there, so she felt uncomfortable. Nodding, she said, Okay, I'll listen to Professor He. Gu Nianji had never been so obedient in front of He Jichu. He Jichu wasn't used to it. After a moment of silence, he reluctantly said, But if you want to go, it's not a big deal. Reinitz won't dare to do anything to you. He was only afraid that Reinitz would make Gu Nianji fall for him, that would be the worst. He was a step late, but Hu Xiaoheng might not be early. The timing of Reinitz's appearance was perfect. The little girl was only 19 years old and was at the age of her first love. There would be plenty of good times in the future. Who said she had to stay by Hu Xiaoheng's side? He Jichu looked up at Hu Xiaoheng and chuckled. Major General Hua is so busy, but Reinitz isn't. He has plenty of time to play games with beautiful women. Hu Xiaoheng quietly wrapped his arms around Gu Nianji's waist and said calmly, Our Nianji is also very busy. She doesn't have time to play games with other people. It was the 3rd watch. It was still the 3rd watch. P.S. Vote for your monthly votes as soon as possible. Let's see if we can stay in the top 10 this time. Let's do it together. Wax. Chapter 1081. Gu Nianji was embarrassed and pouted. Hu Xiao, you fell for it. Professor, he said that Reinitz was playing games with a beautiful woman, not me. Why did you automatically put me in? This was a word game she couldn't play anymore, only Hu Xiaoheng would fall for it, right? He Jichu and Hu Xiaoheng both looked at her for a long time before looking away. Hu Xiaoheng pretended to be weak and said dryly, Yes, I misunderstood. Professor, he is a big shot in the legal world. I'm no match for this kind of word game. Gu Nianji was speechless. As far as Gu Nianji knew, Hu Xiaoheng's eloquence was no worse than He Jichu's. He Jichu looked down and didn't say anything else. He closed the door in front of them. Gu Nianji rubbed her nose and yawned. She muttered, I'll go back to sleep. Hu Xiaoheng wanted to take Gu Nianji to his official residence, but he changed his mind when he thought of Reinitz. Let's go. Hua Xiaoheng took Gu Nianji downstairs. When they arrived downstairs, Gu Nianji saw Hua Xiaoheng's modified Hummer SUV extended military vehicle. She smiled and pulled Hua Xiaoheng's hand. Aren't you afraid of people gossiping about you parking your car in front of Professor He's building? Hua Xiaoheng didn't answer her hypothetical question. He nonchalantly opened the backseat door for her and got in. Go to the Hepingli precinct. Hua Xiaoheng ordered Fan Jian, the orderly in the front. The Hepingli precinct was the second-hand house Gu Nianji had bought. She originally thought Hua Xiaoheng wanted to take her to his official residence at the headquarters base and was still thinking about how to refuse. Now that he took the initiative to back down, she sighed in relief. She lazily sat in the back seat and quickly fell asleep again. The high fever last night had indeed taken a toll on her vitality. Sleep was one of the ways the human body healed itself. Therefore, people who had just recovered from a serious illness and were weak were very sleepy. When Gu Nianji woke up, she found herself in the bedroom of the apartment in the Hepingli precinct. The setting sun shone through the half-closed curtains and sprinkled a beautiful layer of gold on the cherrywood bay window sill. Gu Nianji rubbed her eyes and grumbled as she sat up. She looked up and saw a handsome figure sitting in front of her desk. His arms were trembling slightly. He was probably typing quickly on the keyboard of the laptop. The computer screen was filled with dense green data. She raised her wrist and looked at her watch. It was already past 5 in the afternoon. It was about 9 in the morning when they returned from Professor He's place. She had fallen asleep after returning, and Hua Xiaoheng had stayed here with her the entire time. This had never happened before. Gu Nianji hugged her knees as she sat on the bed. She tilted her head and smiled at Hua Xiaoheng's back. She couldn't get enough of him. Hua Xiaoheng had indeed stayed the entire day to accompany Gu Nianji. Although her fever had subsided, Hua Xiaoheng was still worried. He called Chen Lai and asked him to bring his medical suitcase, which was comparable to a simple battlefield hospital, over to examine her. He only let Chen Lai leave after confirming that she no longer had a fever and that there were no other problems with her body. After Chen Lai left, Hua Xiaoheng turned on his portable laptop and connected it to the central control system. He had been tracking down the place where the AI programming language had hidden the data. The amount of work needed to find the random hidden information in the vast programming language was indeed not an ordinary amount of work. Because of the sudden and strange magnetic field in Sea City, his work had been interrupted, so it had been delayed for a while. Now, he had to restart the search. He hoped it wouldn't be too late. Hong Kongwan had already become a wanted criminal, but he still hadn't been caught. Hua Xiaoheng could only be sure of one thing, and that was that Hong Kongwan hadn't escaped the borders. He was still in the Huaxia Empire. He concentrated on his work for 4 to 5 hours until his neck felt a little sore. He reached out and rubbed it. Suddenly, he realized something and looked back. Gu Nianji waved at him and smiled. Hua Xiao, I'm awake. Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. He turned off the computer and got up to walk to Gu Nianji's bedside. He reached out to feel her forehead. Very good. Her body temperature was normal. Hua Xiaoheng patted her little face, which was flushed from sleep. Are you hungry? What do you want to eat tonight? Gu Nianji nodded obediently. I'm hungry. I'm starving. Although Gu Nianji had eaten a sumptuous breakfast at He Jichu's place in the morning and had teased herself about not eating for 3 days like a camel, the truth was that she couldn't even last a day. Hua Xiaoheng also remembered what Gu Nianji had said that morning. He patted her head. Fan Jian bought 2 grouper and put them in the fridge. There's also some sea cucumber. I've already made scallops and grouper porridge in the stew pot. There's also red dates and sea cucumber stew. Gu Nianji couldn't stand it anymore before Hua Xiaoheng finished speaking. She gulped and slipped out of bed. She ran to the bathroom and said, Hua Xiao, hurry up and set the food. I'll be right back after I wash my face. Hu Xiaoheng curled his lips and went to the kitchen to get the soup and porridge. He placed them on the dining table. He had just set the bowls and chopsticks when he heard the doorbell ring. He thought it was strange. Who would be visiting Gu Nianji at this hour? If it was a close friend, they would definitely call to inform her first. If it was someone unfamiliar, they probably wouldn't be able to enter the neighborhood. The guard at the entrance would first call to confirm their identity before letting them in. Who was this person? Hu Xiaoheng walked to the door and looked through the peephole. A blonde, blue-eyed man stood outside the door. He was dressed in a well-ironed suit, and his handsome face, which was as abstinent as a religion, made him stand out from the crowd. It was actually Reinitz. Hu Xiaoheng's eyes flashed. He calmly opened the door and said leisurely to the stunned Reinitz, "Major General Reinitz, nice to meet you." Hu Xiaoheng spoke in English. The surprise on Reinitz's face flashed, but he quickly regained his composure. He nodded politely to Hu Xiaoheng and deliberately pretended not to know him. He said in German, "Hello, is Sirius home?" He deliberately used Gu Nianji's English name to show that they were close. Hu Xiaoheng looked at him and smiled. He also switched to German. "Yes, please come in." This was his territory, and Hu Xiaoheng was waiting for Reinitz to walk into the trap. As expected, Reinitz hesitated when Hu Xiaoheng generously invited him in. However, he quickly nodded and said with a smile, "That's great. I'm here to visit Sirius and see how she's doing. Yesterday, we reunited as old friends and were very happy. She drank a few too many glasses with me at the Senate dinner and then said she had a headache. I was very worried. She didn't attend the bilateral meeting between the two countries today. I heard she was sick." When Reinitz said this, Hu Xiaoheng couldn't help but think of the scene he saw on the big outdoor screen in Sea City last night. The two of them sat facing each other and raised their glasses, smiling extremely charmingly. Hu Xiaoheng felt disgusted, but his face remained calm. He smiled and invited Reinitz in. Nianji did have a fever after coming back last night. The fever only subsided this morning, and she slept for a whole day. She just woke up. We're about to have dinner. Has Major General Reinitz had dinner? Reinitz immediately said, "Really? That's great. I haven't had dinner yet." The corners of Hu Xiaoheng's mouth twitched. He thought to himself, "I'm just being polite. Do you have to take advantage of me so quickly?" However, since he'd already said it, Hu Xiaoheng wasn't so petty. "Then let's eat together. It's a common meal." Reinitz handed a paper bag to Hu Xiaoheng. "This is Mother Hannah's handmade white sausage. It's made from black pork raised in Bavaria. Sirius really liked it when she was in Germany, so I specially brought it over for her." Hu Xiaoheng took the paper bag and looked at it. "Thank you, Major General Reinitz." He then asked him, "How do I make this white sausage?" Reinitz reached out. "Give it to me. I'll do it." Hu Xiaoheng was speechless. Gu Nianji washed her face and changed into a casual teddy outfit. She walked out of the bedroom briskly and said crisply, "Hu Xiao. Where's dinner? I'm so hungry I can eat a cow." Reinitz heard Gu Nianji's voice and couldn't help smiling. Without waiting for Hu Xiaoheng to reply, he had already walked around Hu Xiaoheng and raised the paper bag in his hand. He said in German, "Sirius, I brought you Mother Hannah's handmade white sausage. Do you want to eat it tonight? I'll make it for you right away." Gu Nianji was caught off guard and met Reinitz's smiling blue eyes. She was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth. "Reinitz? Why are you at my house? Major General Reinitz is here to visit you." Hu Xiaoheng walked over with a smile and said dryly, "He said you guys were drinking together last night, and you had a lot to drink, this was the first update. It was still the third update. A reminder to everyone about the recommendation votes and monthly votes. The monthly votes were 6,300 plus updates at 1 p.m., and the third update was at 7 p.m. P.S. Thank you to Sing_Sing for your 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. P.S. Today, I overhauled Chapter 504, Who Will Fight Me, 11, and Chapter 505, Who Will Fight Me, 12. It wasn't because they were blocked, but because I found that there were some problems with the plot of these two chapters, so I rewrote them and added some more important content. Everyone who was reading at 7 p.m. could download and refresh the page. If it was another official channel, they might have to wait for the system to refresh before they could read it. They could try it in the afternoon. Mwah. Chapter 1082. Gu Nianji was speechless. What did she drink? She was drinking grape juice. Although it looked like wine. Gu Nianji chuckled and smiled ambiguously at Reinitz. Major General Reinitz, don't trick me. I only drank grape juice yesterday. How did I drink alcohol? She wasn't old enough to drink alcoholic beverages. She hadn't even drunk beer before. Reinitz looked at Hu Xiaoheng, who had a typical fashion magazine model's expression, and his voice became even gentler. Serious, I didn't make myself clear and made this man misunderstand. Actually, I only said that we drank too much yesterday. I didn't say that we were drinking. He spread his hands and apologized very sincerely. As the saying goes, one doesn't hit a smiling person. Reinitz took the initiative to lower himself for others to step on. Gu Nianji couldn't really step on him, could she? She could only smile sheepishly and say, "It's fine as long as the misunderstanding is cleared up, right?" Although she was talking to Reinitz, she was watching Hu Xiaoheng from the corner of her eyes. Hu Xiaoheng had both hands in his trouser pockets. He still had a standard fashion magazine model's expression on his face, cold and elegant, deep and sexy. He nodded. "Yes, I see." He then looked at Reinitz. "Then Major General Reinitz, please make white sausages." Reinitz agreed with a smile and asked Gu Nianji, "Serious, where's the kitchen?" Gu Nianji was embarrassed and wanted to take him there. "It's over there. Follow me." She then said, "The kitchen is very small." It actually wasn't small, but it was certainly very small compared to Reinitz's castle in Germany. "It's okay. I can savor the taste of white sausages for an entire year in Sirius's kitchen." Reinitz squinted his blue eyes and smiled. The small groove on his chin looked like it was filled with fine wine. Just looking at it would make one drunk. Gu Nianji looked away and walked towards the kitchen. However, Hu Xiaoheng grabbed her hand and didn't let her lead the way. "The kitchen is over there, not a maze." Major General Reinitz even conquered the Alps, let alone a small two-bedroom apartment. "Come with me to the dining room and wait for Major General Reinitz's specialty white sausages." Gu Nianji couldn't break free from Hu Xiaoheng's grip, so she could only smile wryly and point to the kitchen. "It's over there. The kitchen utensils are all German. You should know how to use them." Reinitz didn't care about Hu Xiaoheng's attitude at all. From start to finish, his attention was only on Gu Nianji. "All right, I'll go by myself. Wait for me in the dining room. I'll bring it over when it's done," Reinitz said as he headed to the kitchen. Hu Xiaoheng took Gu Nianji's hand to the dining room. When they were out of sight of Reinitz, Gu Nianji lowered her voice and said, "Hu Xiao, what are you doing? If you don't stare at what Reinitz is cooking, would you dare to eat it later?" The professional image of Hu Xiaoheng and the others depicted what it meant to not recognize people indiscriminately, speak indiscriminately, and eat indiscriminately, because it could really kill. Hu Xiaoheng's eyes flashed. "It's okay. Anyway, I don't eat it. Okay, you said it. Gu Nianji laughed. The crystal chandelier above her head was dazzling and reflected in her crystal-clear eyes like two dancing flames, passionate and dangerous. Hu Xiaoheng's Adam's apple bobbed up and down as he swallowed with difficulty. He still maintained a nonchalant expression and looked away. At that moment, Gu Nianji's attention was attracted by the dishes on the dining table. In the middle of the table was a stew pot that looked like ancient pottery. The soup was clear and had tiny oil droplets floating on it. The large and plump red dates had soaked up the soup and looked delicious at first glance. The sea cucumber was stewed until it was sticky, and it was very tasty when chewed together with the chewy ground chicken. Gu Nianji ate a bite of the sea cucumber, then a bite of the ground chicken without any antibiotics, and then a red date. It was so delicious that she wanted to swallow her tongue. She scooped a small bowl for Hu Xiaoheng with a spoon and placed it in front of him. She smiled and said, "Hu Xiao, you eat too. It's really delicious." Hu Xiaoheng bowed slightly and said, "Thank you," then picked up the spoon to eat. Gu Nianji then scooped herself a bowl of scallop and grouper porridge. The soup was milky white, and the scallop was fresh. The already tender grouper fillets had a natural sweet taste that soothed Gu Nianji's dulled taste buds after her fever. She was extremely engrossed in eating. If it weren't for the fact that she still remembered Hu Xiaoheng's many years of teachings, Gu Nianji wanted to eat while smacking her lips. She ate like a little pig fighting for food. Delicious food could greatly relax people's nerves and soothe their emotions. Ma Qiqi had once told Gu Nianji that there was nothing in this world that couldn't be solved with a good meal. If there was, then eat 2 good meals. Gu Nianji couldn't help but laugh when she thought of Ma Qiqi's funny face when she said that. Hu Xiaoheng actually didn't have much of an appetite, but seeing Gu Nianji eating so happily, he also ate something. When Reinitz brought over the white sausages, Gu Nianji had already finished her first round of dinner. She was supporting her head with her hand and smiling as she talked to Hu Xiaoheng, who was sitting across from her. The soup bowls and porridge pots on the table all had traces of being moved. Gu Nianji saw Reinitz come out and quickly stood up. Embarrassed, she said, "Sorry, Reinitz. We ate a little first." Reinitz wasn't angry. He walked over and placed the long bone china plate with the white sausages in front of Gu Nianji. He said gently, "You have to eat if you're hungry. Why apologize? You don't owe anyone." He spoke in a serious tone, but his eyes drifted over to Hu Xiaoheng as if he was implying something. Hu Xiaoheng seemed to suddenly become slow. He smiled and asked Reinitz to sit down. He then asked Gu Nianji to get some bread for Reinitz to eat with the white sausages. After Gu Nianji went to the kitchen, the 2 smiling men's faces in the dining room darkened. They sat under the chandelier in the dining room, one with his arms crossed and the other with his long legs stretched out. They looked at each other expressionlessly. The dining room was as quiet as a vacuum. After a while, Reinitz was the first to break the silence. Major General Hua, the Hua Xia Empire obtained all of the German Federal Intelligence Service's intelligence and system data. Shouldn't you give us an explanation? His tone was no longer gentle. His German was sonorous and forceful. He looked like he was going to flip the table in the next minute. Hu Xiaoheng shook his head calmly and spread his hands. "Major General Reinitz, why do you say that? May I ask what evidence you have to prove that we obtained all of the data? Also, isn't this a topic that you should be discussing in the Senate today? It's already time to get off work. Aren't you asking the wrong person in the wrong place?" Reinitz stared closely at Hu Xiaoheng. His deep blue eyes flashed with an inexplicable light. Asking the wrong person in the wrong place. Major General Hua, your ability to play dumb is top-notch as well. Reinitz's ascetic expression was restrained. He was so serious that he looked like he was about to announce that war was about to break out. Only he knew that all of the gentleness he had in his life had probably been used up in that 1 month with Gu Nianji. Before seeing her, he didn't need gentleness. After she left, he had nowhere to store his gentleness. However, Hua Xiaoheng was fearless. He leaned forward slightly and looked at Reinitz provocatively. Is that so? Who's playing dumb? Major General Reinitz, can you tell me which country your immediate superior is from? Reinitz's expression instantly changed. His blue eyes were so blue that they were almost black. After a while, he brushed his blonde hair as if nothing had happened and said calmly, I don't understand what Major General Hua means. I came with sincerity to negotiate with you. If you don't want to talk, then forget it. One of the main purposes of Reinitz's visit to China with the German Chancellor was to see Hua Xiaoheng. Of course, he wanted to see him in private and not in public. It's not that I don't want to talk. Hua Xiaoheng changed the subject. But there are some things that really can't be discussed. This is a matter of principle. For example, Reinitz raised his eyebrows. What can't be discussed? Can Major General Hua tell me? For example, Pink Piggy. Hua Xiaoheng looked unruly. We don't know who Pink Piggy is, but if we find out one day, we won't hand her over. You can go back and explain it to your immediate superiors. That's my attitude. It was the second update, and the monthly pass was 6,300 plus updates. It was still the third update today. A reminder to everyone about the recommendation votes and monthly votes. At 7:00 p.m., the third update. P.S. Please re-download Chapter 504, Who Will Fight Me, 11, and Chapter 505, Who Will Fight Me, 12. If you see this sentence at the end of the chapter, this chapter has been modified, this is the modified content. Mwah. Chapter 1083. Actually, both of them were well aware of who the Pink Piggy was, but there were many times when things could be done but not said. Even if they knew, they had to pretend not to know. Hua Xiaoheng and Reinitz had no intention of revealing the truth. Hua Xiaoheng didn't deal with Reinitz like he dealt with ALS only because Reinitz didn't actually hand Gu Nianji over in the end. Reinitz's eyes were dark as he sat there motionlessly. After a while, he sighed and said dryly, What should we do? No one knows who the Pink Piggy is. Do we have to search for her footprints on the entire Blue Planet's network? Hua Xiaoheng's heart skipped a beat and he said meaningfully, The amount of data on the internet is astronomical. Which country do you think has such a powerful supercomputer that can search the entire internet for the whereabouts of the Pink Piggy? Reinitz and Hua Xiaoheng were talking about computer terms. In the online world, one could use the method of tracing an IP to find a person's online footprints. Even if it was a fake IP, it was still an IP. Using a fake IP, one might not be able to find the real owner, but by seeing the person's movements on the internet and analyzing the logical relationships between these movements, one might be able to find the real person. Reinitz nodded with a smile. That's true. Even the US military laboratory probably doesn't have such a powerful supercomputer. However, when hardware development reaches a bottleneck, it's time to test the limits of human intelligence. It's not impossible to find a good algorithm, write an optimized application program, and conduct data analysis under the current hardware conditions. This was the time to compete on the intelligence of the people of each country. Reinitz's words made Hua Xiaoheng fall into deep thought. Of course, he wasn't thinking about how to find the Pink Piggy. Instead, he was thinking about whether he could use this method to search for the data hidden in the 4 lines of AI programming language. Gu Nianji knew that Hua Xiaoheng had something to say to Reinitz, so she dawdled in the kitchen and picked a piece of French baguette-shaped bread dough from the cupboard. She slightly kneaded it into a long strip and put it in the oven to bake. She preheated the oven in 5 minutes and took it out in another 15. She sliced it like a white sausage and placed it in a wicker basket covered with a small white cloth. Reinitz, try our French bread. Gu Nianji smiled as she placed the basket in Reinitz's hand. He smiled and nodded at Gu Nianji. Thank you, serious. He ate a slice of French baguette, chewed it carefully, and paired it with a slice of white sausage. The taste was unexpectedly fragrant, even better than eating authentic German bread with white sausage in Germany. Reinitz couldn't help but praise, serious, did you bake this bread or buy it? It's delicious, especially with Mother Hannah's white sausage. Gu Nianji smiled proudly and pointed at the crust of the baguette. I brushed a little scallion oil on the back and baked it with the fragrance of scallion oil. I think it goes perfectly with the cardamom seasoning in the white sausage. The scallion oil neutralized the little fishy smell of the cardamom, and the cardamom suppressed the lingering smell of the scallion oil. The combination was seamless, and even gave the taste buds a new experience. Reinitz was full of praise and practically ate an entire loaf of baguette all by himself. He also ate most of the white sausage he brought. Gu Nianji only ate a few pieces. She looked at the empty plate with regret and said, "What a pity, I actually finished all of it." Reinitz seemed embarrassed and smiled. "It's my fault. I brought you a gift, but I ended up eating the most." However, he immediately comforted Gu Nianji. "It's okay, I'll bring you some more tomorrow. Mother Hannah made a lot, but I was worried that I wouldn't be able to find your house today, so I only brought a little." Hu Xiaoheng, who was deep in thought, looked over with a sharp gaze. Did he immediately book a date with the white sausage tomorrow? Hu Xiaoheng glanced at him and said to Gu Nianji, "Major General Reinitz is an important figure in the German delegation to China this time. Nianji, don't let these small things interfere with Major General Reinitz's work." "I know." Gu Nianji nodded quickly. "Reinitz, I was just saying. Don't take it to heart." "How can I not take it to heart? Every word you say, I take it to heart. Do you want me to repeat it again?" Reinitz said with a half-smile. He almost couldn't tell whether it was true or not. He only had eyes for Gu Nianji. Although Hu Xiaoheng knew Reinitz was doing it on purpose, he still couldn't help but feel angry. He was treating him like a dead person. Gu Nianji could feel Hu Xiaoheng's anger rising, so she quickly smiled at Reinitz. "Young Master Reinitz, you really like to joke. It's really different in Germany than it is now." Reinitz could hear the warning in Gu Nianji's tone, so he tactfully rubbed his nose and stood up to clean up the dishes. "I ate the most, so I'll clean up." Gu Nianji couldn't really let the guest clean up, so she also cleaned up and went to the kitchen. Hu Xiaoheng sat alone in the dining room, his mind divided. Half of it was thinking about how the 4 lines of AI programming language generated data, and the other half was focused on the kitchen, listening to the movements there. He noticed that when Reinitz spoke to Gu Nianji, his tone was especially gentle and slow. The stiff German that came out of Reinitz's mouth actually had a hint of 1,000 twists and turns. Although Gu Nianji was wary of Reinitz, she still beamed at him and was obviously amused. Hu Xiaoheng's eyes dimmed, and he decided to take Gu Nianji back to his official residence tonight. He couldn't let her stay here alone. Gu Nianji was in the kitchen with Reinitz putting the dishes in the dishwasher. In order to find a topic, she first asked him how he got into their neighborhood since the security was tight. Reinitz smiled and pretended to be confused. "It was easy to get in. I said I was looking for you, and the guard let me in." Gu Nianji knew it couldn't be that simple because the guard didn't call her to confirm. Reinitz must have done something, but it would probably be a little easier to get the truth out of him than from Hu Xiaoheng and He Zhichu. Gu Nianji could only change the topic and casually asked about the bilateral meeting between the two countries. Reinitz shrugged. "I just went to listen in and saw them arguing quite loudly." "Arguing? How so?" Gu Nianji was very curious. She actually wanted to attend the meeting. Your diplomats and representatives of the Senate were very tough. First, they insisted that they didn't know who the pink piggy was. Then they said that even if they found out in the future, they would never hand her over because she didn't do anything against the laws of the Huaxia Empire. At most, it was a violation of foreign laws, but foreign governments had to have evidence for this kind of thing. If they wanted to arrest someone without evidence, that would be obstructing justice. Reinitz laughed as he spoke. But that's not what your country's internet is saying. I saw a lot of people jointly petitioning for the government to hand over the pink piggy to the United States and Germany. Gu Nianji breathed a sigh of relief and curled her lips in disdain. I'm willing to bet that the petitioners are either Internet Water Army or public figures. If their words were true, then Hillary would be the President of the United States. Reinitz couldn't help but laugh at her words. His religiously ascetic face revealed an almost holy smile, like an angel descending to earth. Seeing Reinitz like this, Gu Nianji thought about what he had done in the past and secretly sighed in her heart. The so-called face of an angel, the heart of a devil. Wasn't this what Reinitz was like? The two of them chatted and laughed as they cleaned up the kitchen. They made coffee and milk tea and brought it out. Hu Xiaoheng had some ideas on how to use big data analysis at this time, so he was a bit anxious. He wanted to quickly return to the central control room of the Special Operations Forces headquarters base to calculate his own ideas. However, he couldn't let Reinitz stay there to accompany Gu Nianji. Of course, he couldn't just chase him away. However, Reinitz was quite tactful and left after finishing a cup of coffee. As soon as he left, Hu Xiaoheng immediately said to Gu Nianji, Nianji, I have some ideas about the data hidden in those 4 lines of AI programs. Can you help me check the algorithm I just figured out in the next 2 days? Those 4 lines of AI programs were directly related to the evidence of Hong Kongquan's crime. Gu Nianji knew that Hong Kongquan had already become a wanted criminal. This person had a deep hatred for her, so she was very eager to bring him to justice. Therefore, she nodded without hesitation. Sure, no problem. Do you want to use my computer or yours? Go to my place. Hu Xiaoheng stood up and said in a low voice, right away. It was the 3rd watch. It was still the 3rd watch. A reminder for everyone's recommendation votes and monthly votes. Good night, my dears. Chapter 1084. Gu Nianji packed her bag and top-of-the-line laptop and followed Hu Xiaoheng back to the official residence at the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces. Putting down the things, the two of them didn't even take a sip of water and went directly to the central control room located on the 6th floor of the office building. At the entrance of the central control room, Zhou Qiyuan and the military police were fully armed and waiting. Seeing Hu Xiaoheng striding over, they stood up solemnly. All attention. Salute. Zhou Qiyuan ordered loudly and raised his right hand to give Hu Xiaoheng the textbook military salute. Gu Nianji quickly stopped and didn't follow. Instead, she stood at the corner and waited for Hu Xiaoheng to hand over to them. Hu Xiaoheng raised his hand and calmly walked over to take a look. How is the situation? What about the 27 staff members who were taken away by the Secret Service? Zhou Qiyuan said loudly, General Ji has already sent them back. They are now in the dormitory writing their reflections. Hu Xiaoheng was speechless. What reflections? Hu Xiaoheng placed his hand on the fingerprint sensor in the central control room and unlocked it. General Ji said that they didn't act decisively enough and should have controlled the entire Secret Service, but they only controlled the office building of the Secret Service. Hu Xiaoheng was speechless. His hand stopped and he turned to Zhou Qiyuan. Go and call them over. They have a special mission. Yes, Chief. Zhou Qiyuan nodded but worriedly asked Hu Xiaoheng in a low voice, but the Americans already have their information. Isn't it inappropriate to let them enter this central control room? Hu Hu Xiaoheng turned around and looked at Zhou Qiyuan expressionlessly. He said calmly, "The Americans also know my information. Does that mean I can't enter this central control room as well?" These words were quite harsh. Zhou Qiyuan's heart skipped a beat. He quickly shook his head and said, "Chief, I didn't mean that. But the army has its own discipline. We are a confidential unit, and the discipline requirements are stricter. If I said anything wrong, please punish me." Hu Xiaoheng folded his hands behind his back and looked down in thought. He said, "You did things according to the rules, so I can't say you're wrong. But the situation of these 27 people is special. They were betrayed by a traitor, so the Americans learned about their situation. So, according to you, not only should we punish the traitor, but we should also punish the comrades who were framed by the traitor." Zhou Qiyuan quickly said, "In the past, after the field staff failed, they were all transferred out of the Special Operations Forces, so I applied the old rules." Hu Xiaoheng nodded. "I know. That's why I want to make other arrangements for these 27 people. Because their responsibilities are important and they are not ordinary staff, you can ask them. If they are willing to never step out of the country, whether it is for public or private reasons, and never change jobs or retire from the army, they can return to their previous posts. If they don't want to, then go through the procedures and let them transfer to another department." Zhou Qiyuan's eyes lit up, and he quickly said, "That's not bad. I'll prepare the volunteer letter. Those who are willing to agree to the conditions will sign the legally binding volunteer letter, and they can come back. If he doesn't want to, he won't sign it. You're very thoughtful." Hu Xiaoheng patted Zhou Qiyuan's shoulder approvingly. "Go, I have a lot of work waiting for you." Zhou Qiyuan left half of the military police to be Hu Xiaoheng's security, and he took the other half to the isolated dormitory where the 27 people lived to talk to them. When they turned the corner, Zhou Qiyuan saw Gu Nianji and nodded at her. "Expert Gu is here too." Gu Nianji was now a specially hired expert of the Special Operations Forces, especially in the area of computers. She had Zhao Liangze and Hu Xiaoheng to recommend her. Gu Nianji didn't know what happened because the 27 people were taken away by Deputy Minister Feng and then caused a ruckus in the Secret Service, causing the Secret Service to be taken over by the military. The media reports were all suppressed, and the internet didn't even make a splash. She was also busy preparing to receive the German delegation to China, so she missed a good show. Zhou Qiyuan thought about it and felt that this matter was directly related to Gu Nianji, so he told her. "Because of the Pink Piggy incident, 27 of our staff were taken away by Minister Hong Kongquan of the Secret Service. They were tortured and made to reveal who the Pink Piggy was." Gu Nianji. Her already large eyes suddenly widened even more. "What? How could Hong Kongquan, that be *tch, do such a thing?" She hated Hong Kongquan because he had single-handedly pushed Hu Xiaoheng to the United States to save Tan Guiren. Not only did he put Hu Xiaoheng in danger and almost cost his life, but he also left her isolated and helpless in Germany. She was hunted down and almost destroyed her relationship with Hu Xiaoheng. She had always thought that she was the only one who had been hurt. She never thought that there were so many other people who had also fallen into danger because of her. She didn't even need to think to know that they had been tortured by the Secret Service. The torture they had suffered, Gu Nianji's eyes were red. Zhou Qiyuan could only comfort her. "But don't worry. Our comrades in the Special Operations Forces have been tested countless times. The Secret Service can't do anything to them. But you are right. Hong Kongquan is indeed a *tch. He is only fit to kneel and call the Americans daddy." Gu Nianji was about to cry, but after hearing Zhou Qiyuan's words, she couldn't help but want to laugh. Wiping the corners of her eyes with the back of her hand, Gu Nianji stepped aside. "Then I won't hold you up anymore. Zhou Qiyuan nodded at her and led the military police to carry out Hu Xiaoheng's orders. Gu Nianji came to the door of the central control room and placed her hand on the sensor at the door. The door opened quickly, which meant that she had the authority. The military police hiding in the corners saw this and retreated. Gu Nianji walked into the central control room that she was no stranger to. The silver-gray stainless steel appliances, the white walls, the black top, and the solid wood floor with an insulated layer was so clean that it could be used as a mirror. The postmodern central control room was simple yet magnificent. It reminded people of the vast universe, the deep sea, and the endless starry sky. Standing there, even her soul felt like it was being cleansed. However, in the control room that had 3 floors and spanned hundreds of square meters, only Hu Xiaoheng was sitting there. There were several large screens in front of him, and the screens were all flashing with data. Gu Nianji's heart was in a mess. She walked to Hu Xiaoheng and sat down beside him. She whispered, "Hu Xiao, it's my fault." When she thought about how 27 people had been tortured because of her, she felt terrible. Hu Xiaoheng turned around and saw her face full of guilt, apology, and sadness. He raised his hand and patted her head. "It has nothing to do with you. Don't blame yourself." Actually, he knew Gu Nianji's personality. If people treated her well, she would want to treat them well. Suddenly hearing that people were being tortured because of her, she wouldn't be Gu Nianji if she didn't feel guilty. Gu Nianji shook her head. "How can it have nothing to do with me? If I had known earlier, I would have done it secretly that day. If she hadn't revealed her identity, perhaps these people wouldn't have encountered such treatment, right? But that day, if she hadn't revealed her identity, how could she have encouraged everyone in the face of the United States' aggressive cyber attacks? Morale was really too important during a war." Gu Nianji stood up at that moment and revealed that she was the most powerful cyber hacker, Pink Piggy, which boosted everyone's morale and dealt a blow to the enemy's morale. It was no less than the nuclear bombs that fell on Hiroshima and Nagasaki in Japan during World War II. As a senior commander, Hu Xiaoheng completely understood the role she played. Because he understood, his heart ached even more. He hugged Gu Nianji tightly and let her lean against his broad and solid chest. He told her firmly, "This isn't your fault. Hong Kongwan is the one at fault. It's those traitors who betrayed the interests of the country. Those 27 staff members weren't at fault either. As soldiers, if they couldn't even withstand such a small test, how could they even talk about combat effectiveness?" "Nianji, you did very well. You did even better than I imagined. You didn't do anything wrong." Gu Nianji's tears quietly flowed out. However, they weren't tears of sadness or pain. They were tears of being understood and cherished by the person she deeply loved. She hugged Hu Xiaoheng tightly. Not only did he love her, but he also understood her. He understood her better than anyone else in the world. The two of them hugged each other quietly in the spacious central control room and drew strength from each other's embrace. "You warm me, and I grant you your wish." After a while, Gu Nianji asked in a muffled voice, "Hu Xiao, then how many people do you think will return here?" Gu Nianji had heard the conditions that Hu Xiaoheng had just stated. The price that those people had to pay was really not small. It wasn't something that ordinary people could do. Hu Xiaoheng patted her back and said in a low voice, "Of course I hope that the more the better, but I won't force it. In this job, if no one is willing to do it, there will be big problems." He would give them the honor they deserved, but he also required them to give their hearts and souls. The best situation was when the soldiers didn't betray the country, and the country didn't betray the soldiers. Gu Nianji sighed. "They are all the best of the best in your special operations forces. This time, they suffered an unexpected disaster. It's okay." Hu Xiaoheng let go of her and picked up the tissue on the table to wipe her tears. "We were already mentally prepared for this kind of thing. They aren't the first, and they won't be the last. Gu Nianji pursed her lips and didn't refute Hua Xiaoheng. No matter what, she hoped that such things would happen as little as possible. This matter can't be resolved in a short time. Let's get to work first. As Hua Xiaoheng spoke, he gave her permission to enter the central control system and help him check the algorithm. Gu Nianji also felt that those people would definitely think about it for a few days. Before that, they could only rely on her and Hua Xiaoheng. After all, it wasn't easy to find people who could enter the central control room and operate the computers and instruments there. This time, the United States had almost wiped out all the elites. It was impossible for Hua Xiaoheng not to be angry. However, he didn't say anything and silently shouldered all the heavy burdens alone. Even if the sky fell, he would stand between heaven and earth to help everyone. Gu Nianji stopped her racing thoughts and secretly glanced at Hua Xiaoheng before also immersing herself in the verification. After an unknown amount of time, the sensor video in front of Hua Xiaoheng suddenly turned on. Zhou Qiyuan appeared on the video. "Chief, it's done. Please open the door." Hua Xiaoheng was slightly stunned. He looked at his watch and saw that only half an hour had passed. "The volunteer forms have all been signed." "Yes. They've all been signed," Zhou Qiyuan said seriously. "They're here too." Hua Xiaoheng was in need of help, so he quickly pressed the button to open the door and walked to the door with Gu Nianji. The door opened, and a tall soldier wearing the black uniform of the Special Operations Forces appeared in front of them. "All attention. Salute." Gu Nianji quietly counted over. 27 people, not a single one missing. This was the first night watch. Today was still the third night watch. Everyone's recommendation votes and monthly votes. Monthly votes at 1 p.m., 6,600 plus updates, the third night watch at 7 p.m. P.S. It's already the end of the month. Dear friends, you can vote for monthly votes now. Don't tell me I have to use the killer weapon of asking for monthly votes. Chapter 1085. So fast. Not a single one of them was left out. All 27 of them came. Gu Nianji's heart trembled violently, like a cello being plucked on its thickest string and playing a soul-stirring piece of music. The corners of her eyes became moist again. They walked in, and the door of the central control room slowly closed behind them. Gu Nianji bowed deeply to the 27 people and said hoarsely, "You've all suffered. Thank you. Thank you for not telling anyone about the pink piggy." From Zhou Qiyuan, Gu Nianji learned that these 27 people had faced torture, but not a single one of them had told anyone about the pink piggy. Even though they all knew who the pink piggy was, the 27 people froze for a moment and quickly said, "Nianji, don't be like this. We watched you grow up. Do you have to be so polite? We're all family. You're treating us like outsiders. Why would we tell anyone about the pink piggy? Because we're the pink piggy. Who would be stupid enough to betray themselves, right?" Everyone laughed and joked with each other. Hua Xiaoheng walked over with a smile and stood beside Gu Nianji. He also said to his soldiers, "Don't be shy. This is what you deserve." "Thank you." As he spoke, Hua Xiaoheng also bowed deeply to them. Then he stood with both feet together and gave his subordinates a standard military salute. It was more formal and powerful than Zhou Qiyuan's textbook military salute. The bow at the beginning was Hua Xiaoheng thanking them as Gu Nianji's husband. The military salute at the end was a commander thanking his subordinates. Everyone froze for a moment. It was as if something in their hearts suddenly broke through a dam and swept through their bodies like a warm current. After standing in a daze for a while, the leader of the 27 people said loudly again, "All attention. Salute." They saluted Hu Xiaoheng again and expressed their gratitude and excitement with the most sacred military salute. Hu Xiaoheng's gaze swept across the faces of these people. Not bad, 27 people, no one missing. It seemed like he had a good eye for people. The elites he trained did not disappoint him. Hu Xiaoheng nodded and said calmly, "It's good that you're back. I happen to have a mission for you." "Yes, Chief." These 27 people were also very excited. It was a job they loved. But when a Secret Service worker was brought to court by another country with photographs and names, they thought they were going to have to say goodbye to their beloved job. They didn't expect Hu Xiaoheng and General Ji to ignore the accusations of the United States and still trust them. "So what if I can't go abroad for the rest of my life? Our country is vast and has abundant resources. The scenery is just right. Just traveling within the country can take a lifetime. What's more, they were computer-obsessed otakus. Just give them a computer and an internet cable, and they would have the whole world. As if I wanted to go abroad." "Hu Xiao, we really didn't expect that you and General Ji would still agree to let us come back to work." A staff member was almost in tears. The United States exerted so much pressure on the country. Hu Xiaoheng patted him on the shoulder and smiled. "Think of it this way. We have to oppose whatever the enemy supports. Similarly, when the enemy opposes it, we must support it. So they're accusing you. To us, there's nothing better than this to prove your loyalty and hard work." Gu Nianji understood what Hu Xiaoheng meant and said, "Yes, yes. Look, South Africa's Nelson Mandela received unanimous praise from the foreign media, right? But what did he do? He turned an orderly developed country into a poor, backward, and war-ridden third-rate China. So what's the use of foreigners' praise? Foreigners aren't stupid. If you want to compete with them for global resources, it would be a wonder if they would sincerely praise you." "That makes sense." The corners of Hu Xiaoheng's mouth curved even wider. "That's what I mean." The 27 staff members nodded in relief. The first person immediately rushed to his workstation and kissed the display exaggeratedly. He smiled and said, "Baby, I'm back. Did you miss me?" Everyone laughed, and the atmosphere was very lively. Gu Nianji also walked over and said with a smile, "What do you want to drink? I'll go to the kitchen over there to make it." They had a simple kitchen here, and it was usually a place for everyone to eat and relax. However, everyone had been locked up in the dormitory for a day and had already eaten and drunk their fill. They all waved their hands at Gu Nianji. "No need. We're behind a lot of work. We need to catch up immediately." Gu Nianji spread her hands and asked very worriedly, "You have to at least give me a chance, right? I sincerely want to do something for you. I heard that you were tortured. Are you all right?" The people looked at each other and suddenly laughed even louder. They almost slammed the table. One of the staff members winked at Hu Xiaoheng and said, "Hu Xiao. We were tortured, so does that count as a public injury? Is there a subsidy?" The corners of Hu Xiaoheng's lips curled up. Public injury. Subsidy. Just the Secret Service can cause you public injury. Looks like you don't have enough training. Gu Nianji looked at Hu Xiaoheng in shock. What did he mean? Could it be that the so-called torture was something else? The staff member closest to her smiled and waved at her. "You'll be doing us a great favor if you quickly help us decipher a few documents. As for torture and torture, what was that? It doesn't exist." "No problem. Otherwise, what would I be doing here?" Gu Nianji made a face at them. She seemed to understand something and her mood instantly improved. When she was in a good mood, her work efficiency increased. In addition, it wasn't just her and Hu Xiaoheng now. There were 27 people involved in the data analysis. After 2 nights and a day of hard work, when dawn broke, the program Hua Xiaoheng wrote finally captured the culprit hidden in the data. Everyone worked for 36 hours in one go and finally found the data hidden by the 4 lines of AI programs before the snap election. Gu Nianji made everyone a cup of black coffee and delivered it to everyone from the kitchen. Nianji, you've also worked for so long. Aren't you tired? A staff member saw that Gu Nianji was still in high spirits and couldn't help giving her a thumbs up. As expected of a girl who grew up with the director of our Special Operations Forces. Your body is so good. Gu Nianji pursed her lips and smiled. I can still handle it occasionally. You guys do this often, so you have to take care of yourself. We're all very healthy. This is also an urgent mission. Everyone finally found the evidence and were very relaxed. They sat together in 2s and 3s and waited for the election to begin. They would also go to vote. At this time, the Central Control Room's supercomputer would be used to monitor the official voting. They had rushed to find out all the residual effects of the 4 lines of AI program before the election was held. This was also to play a real role in protecting the election this time. The election results this time should be more fair. The focus of the current work was on Yin Shixiang and the others. Hua Xiaoheng and the others were in the central control room to monitor and provide backup support. Gu Nianji joked with the staff for a while and returned to Hua Xiaoheng's side. She saw that he was still busy with the computer. Hua Xiao, didn't you find it? Take a break. Yeah, I'm downloading. These supercomputers won't be able to be used later. Hua Xiaoheng really wanted to know what was in the data hidden by the 4 lines of AI program language. Therefore, he couldn't wait for the election to end. He downloaded the hidden data and saved it to his laptop to immediately analyze it. Gu Nianji didn't have anything else to do. She watched Hua Xiaoheng run the program for a while before falling asleep on the chair. Hua Xiaoheng carried her to the sofa and covered her with a makeshift blanket on the sofa before going back to work. At 9:00 in the morning, the voting stations all over the country opened, and the people could go to vote. There was also a voting station at the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces. The staff all went out to vote, so the central control room was quiet. The sofa was too soft for Gu Nianji to sleep on, so she only slept for an hour before waking up. When she woke up, she found that everyone had already returned and were sitting at their respective workstations, concentrating on their work. Hua Xiaoheng still maintained his original posture. He frowned as he looked at the data in a daze. Gu Nianji rubbed her eyes and lifted the thin blanket to get up from the sofa. She walked behind Hua Xiaoheng and asked curiously, "What's wrong? You look like you're in a dilemma." Hua Xiaoheng pointed at the screen. "Look, what's going on? What's wrong?" Gu Nianji leaned forward and saw a road map appear on Hua Xiaoheng's screen. According to the time, the data analyzed first is the most recent period of time. Hua Xiaoheng picked up the mouse and marked the little red dots on the screen. The road map here is based on Hong Kong Chuan's route of activity that night. That night, Hong Kong Quan had clearly gone out and even gone to a gay bar. Later, 2 field agents from the Special Operations Forces lost track of him. In the end, the tracking chip showed that Hong Kong Quan hadn't gone out at all that night. It was also at that time that Hua Xiaoheng discovered that there was a problem with their surveillance program. Then, Gu Nianji helped them find the 4 lines of intelligent programming language that had been mixed into the surveillance program. Gu Nianji looked at the road map carefully and asked curiously. He left from the back door of the bar and then took the subway. Where did he go? Look, from the Sihuan subway station to the apartment complex that he finally arrived at, it was only a 5-minute walk, but he walked for almost half an hour. Hua Xiaoheng used the mouse to draw a line between the subway station and the apartment complex. If I'm not wrong, he was avoiding the surveillance cameras along the way. Gu Nianji stared at the name and location of the apartment that Hong Kong Quan had last appeared in. Somehow, she felt that it was somewhat familiar. Where had she seen it before? This was the second monthly vote of 6,600 plus one update. It was still the third of the night. A reminder for everyone, recommendation votes and monthly votes. It was 7:00 in the evening. P.S. Such a sincere chapter, what are you waiting for? Those who can still vote, hurry up and vote. Those who have already voted 5 times, I'll give you a kiss. Chapter 1086. Hu Xiaoheng didn't care about why Hong Kongquan went to the apartment. He only cared about how many of Hong Kongquan's recorded movements were hidden. Gu Nianji returned to her desk and didn't turn on her computer. Because the central control room had been commandeered, they couldn't enter the system to work. Gu Nianji felt bored and took out her phone to play. As soon as she turned it on, Gu Nianji suddenly remembered. Weibo. She had seen the name and location of the apartment on Weibo before. Gu Nianji immediately opened Weibo and searched for the name of the apartment. A series of related news came up. The most popular was a case that happened not too long ago. Gu Nianji gasped when she saw the name of the deceased, Lu Daong, and his Weibo account, Churchill's Garden, which had been tagged by the police. This was an old friend of hers. That blogger was actually living in this apartment? Then she looked at the day the blogger jumped off the building and died. It was the same day the data showed that Hong Kongquan went to the apartment. Wasn't this too much of a coincidence? Thinking about the relationship and collusion between Hong Kongquan and Kai Songyin, as well as the feud between Kai Songyin and the blogger over the short essay, if Gu Nianji hadn't interfered in the middle of it all, Hu Xiaoheng might have been the one who would have been forced to retire from the military due to public opinion. Gu Nianji sensitively deduced that there must be some connection between the two and that it wasn't just a coincidence. She carefully read the news about the blogger's death, including the public information released by the police. It was obvious that after the police investigation, they didn't seem to believe that the blogger committed suicide. However, they didn't have any other evidence, so they released the case to look for clues. Gu Nianji moved closer to Hu Xiaoheng with her phone and whispered, Hu Xiao, how detailed are the clues shown in the data? Hu Xiaoheng looked over. What is it? You found a problem. Gu Nianji pulled a chair over and sat next to Hu Xiaoheng. She frowned and said, it's just my guess, so I wanted to ask if you could find more clues. For example. Hu Xiaoheng looked at the data analysis on his computer. There are too many clues. I don't know which one you want to see. Gu Nianji rubbed her temples. Is that so? Then, can you see when he went to the apartment that night, which floor he went to, and how long he stayed there? Hu Xiaoheng smiled. Of course I have all of that. The tracking chip was used to record the daily activities of the Secret Service. Where he went, how long he went, these are all things that should be monitored. Gu Nianji was instantly elated. Then help me check it out. How many floors did he go to that apartment that night? How long did he go there and when did he leave? This was not difficult. Since he had already deciphered it, he just needed to delve into it and he would be able to see the specific content. 5 minutes later, Hu Xiaoheng found everything Gu Nianji wanted. Gu Nianji leaned over to watch it with him. So he went to the 15th floor of that apartment. You can even get a house number. Was it analyzed? Hu Xiaoheng explained to her, this was based on the position he was standing in and the situation of the apartment on the 15th floor. Impressive. Gu Nianji gave Hu Xiaoheng a thumbs up. Next, she carefully looked at the clues shown in the hidden data that Hu Xiaoheng had found for her. The more she looked, the more shocked she became. Hu Xiao, look. He stayed in this room for about 15 minutes. When he left, it was almost the same time that the room was on fire. Gu Nianji finally showed Hu Xiaoheng the case of the blogger on Weibo. That's right. I suspect that Hong Kong has something to do with the blogger's death. Hu Xiaoheng also had a good memory. He only needed to glance at the blogger's name, Churchill's Garden, to remember the cause and effect. Isn't this the blogger that you taught a lesson to? I remember you saying that he committed suicide. Yes, I also said that he committed suicide. Gu Nianji took her phone. I plan to at the police and inform them. Inform what? Hu Xiaoheng snatched the phone back. Don't alert them. But Gu Nianji was confused. He could be the murderer. Although I don't like that blogger, he doesn't deserve to die. I know. Hu Xiaoheng saw Gu Nianji's pale face as he spoke. He took a chocolate ball from the candy jar on the workbench and stuffed it into Gu Nianji's mouth. But why did you at the police on Weibo? Do you really want Weibo to solve the case? Gu Nianji was speechless. I'll get someone to contact the police station over there and get all the information and surveillance footage they have. Hu Xiaoheng made an internal call as he spoke. The Special Operations Forces had never interfered with domestic affairs, but this time, it was related to the arrest of Hong Kong. Therefore, Hu Xiaoheng had sufficient reason to negotiate with the police. Of course, when they went to get the information, they didn't say that it was related to Hong Kong. They only said that it was related to the recent work of the Special Operations Forces. The police station in charge of that area was a small branch. As soon as they received the call from the higher-ups, they agreed without hesitation. They ordered someone to sort out all the information and videos related to Lu Daiyong's death and sent them over. In less than 2 hours, Gu Nianji received all the information related to the case from the police station. She looked through them one by one very carefully and seriously. Then she looked at the surveillance footage. When a tall man wearing a baseball cap appeared in the surveillance footage, Gu Nianji quickly waved for Hu Xiaoheng to come over and take a look. Hu Xiao, look. Who is this person? Hu Xiaoheng looked carefully for a while before muttering. He doesn't look like Hong Kong. But the time he appeared matches the hidden data that you found. Gu Nianji pointed at the time recorded on the surveillance footage. Look, it's almost accurate to the second, okay? Why are you in such a hurry? I only said that he doesn't look like Hong Kong. I didn't say that he isn't Hong Kong. Hu Xiaoheng patted the back of Gu Nianji's hand. He must have disguised himself. Gu Nianji was speechless. You even know that? Gu Nianji's eyes widened. He knows how to do that. It's not a difficult problem. Those of us in this line of work have all learned about this. Hu Xiaoheng explained to her patiently. Before Hong Kong left the army, he was doing what I do now. Although there wasn't an independent Special Operations Forces at that time, it was attached to another department. Gu Nianji was confused again. But if he had disguised himself, how can we prove that the person in the video is Hong Kong? It was the third watch. It was still the third watch. A reminder to everyone about the recommendation votes and monthly votes. Chapter 1087. Hu Xiaoheng was even more amused. Why do we have to prove that the person in the video is Hong Kong? Hong Kong should be the one to prove that he isn't the person in the video. Gu Nianji was confused. Is that even possible? Of course, the most important thing right now is to capture Hong Kong. Hu Xiaoheng was a bit disappointed. If we don't capture him, everything will be meaningless. Gu Nianji snapped back to reality and remembered that Hong Kong had committed more than one crime. She quickly calmed down and said, So, do you have any leads? The entire country is voting today. Hu Xiaoheng quietly opened a program on his laptop. If I'm not wrong, today is his last chance to escape the country. He had already ordered all the counters with international flights to turn on the surveillance cameras installed by the Special Operations Forces. The video of every person leaving the country today would be sent to the central control room, and they would only be allowed to pass after they had confirmed it. Although they had already sent Hong Kong Chuan's photo, iris scan, and fingerprint data to all the border ports, they were still worried. If Hong Kong Quan bribed someone at one of the ports to successfully leave the country, it would be much more difficult to catch him. Gu Nianji was very confident in Hu Xiaoheng. Since he said it would be today, it would be today. Therefore, her attention inevitably turned to the relationship between Hong Kong Quan and the Weibo blogger. Hu Xiao, say, if the person in the video is the loan shark that the police and the neighbors think is Hong Kong Quan, then why did he go there? To kill someone, of course. Hu Xiaoheng had already read through the case of Lu Daiyong's death, including the clues and inferences that the police had not released. I can tell you that this Lu Daiyong was definitely a homicide. It wasn't a suicide. Because the method of killing was what they were used to. The police could not find any evidence at all, but people in their line of work could tell what was going on with one look. If Hu Xiaoheng had done it himself, he would have done it even more cleanly. However, he would not do anything to a commoner like Lu Daiyong. For him to kill someone with his own hands, that person was definitely not a nobody. She thought about Bai Yuxing, who died in the Caribbean Sea, Sean, the former director of the CIA Asia Division, and Colonel ALS, the director of the German Federal Intelligence Agency. Which one of them was a nobody? Gu Nianji was even more curious now. Then why did he want to kill Lu Daiyong? Lu Daiyong's only occupation is the Weibo blogger, Churchill's Garden, and this blogger was originally a writer of new media articles. For me, his only crime is taking money to ruin someone's reputation. But what does this have to do with Hong Kong Quan? There's no connection at all, is there? Hong Kong Quan was the head of the Secret Service, and the Secret Service was also the department in charge of intelligence. Lu Daiyong, a Weibo blogger, was related to spies. Gu Nianji didn't believe it. She was the only person who had turned Lu Daiyong's computer hard drive upside down. If Lu Daiyong really was suspected of being a spy, there was no way Gu Nianji wouldn't have discovered it. In fact, Lu Daiyong's hard drive was filled with stolen documents and all kinds of short movies from Europe, America, Japan, and Southeast Asia. This kind of person was a spy. That was the worst time a spy had ever been slandered. Gu Nianji couldn't figure it out. She took out a piece of paper and wrote down all the possible connections between Hong Kong Quan and the Weibo blogger, Lu Daiyong, Churchill's Garden. Then, she wrapped the paper in loops. This way, she discovered that there was a common connection between the two, and that was Kai Song-yin. In her diagram, Kai Song-yin seemed to be the only intersection between the two. The Weibo blogger, Lu Daiyong, also known as Churchill's Garden, had been instructed by Kai Song-yin to write a short article about Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng. Hong Kong Quan had once suggested to Kai Song-yin to ask Hu Xiaoheng to go to the United States to rescue her daughter, Tan Guiren. At the same time, Gu Nianji guiltily discovered that after she had gotten the truth about Hu Xiaoheng's trip to the United States from Tan Guiren, she had anonymously texted Kai Song-yin to ask her not to sue the Weibo blogger, Lu Daiyong. She had also sent some of the details of the kidnapping that Tan Guiren had personally dictated to Kai Song-yin. This led Kai Song-yin to believe that the Weibo blogger had information about Tan Guiren's dark history, and that was why he had been so ruthless. Therefore, she had once believed that the death of the Weibo blogger, Churchill's Garden, had something to do with Kai Song-yin. However, that was only her logical deduction. There was no direct evidence. Now, however, the clues indicated that the Weibo blogger's death was personally done by Hong Kong Quan. Therefore, could she infer that it was Kai Song-yin who wanted to kill the Weibo blogger, and then Hong Kong Quan who did it? On the surface, this logical chain seemed to be the case, but it didn't make sense when she thought about it carefully. As the director of the Secret Service, why would Hong Kong-won listen to Kai Song-in's orders to kill someone? Also, did Kai Song-in really want the Weibo blogger dead? If that was the case, then what reason did she use to convince Hong Kong-won to do it? Or, did she have something on Hong Kong-won that allowed her to order the director of the Secret Service to kill for her? Gu Nianji thought about this series of questions, but she couldn't make sense of them. There had to be something in the middle that she didn't know. She just didn't know where to start. As Gu Nianji thought about it, she wrote down her thoughts on a piece of paper and showed it to Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiao, take a look. Isn't this the case? Hua Xiaoheng was slightly taken aback. He hadn't thought about Kai Song-in's side yet. If Kai Song-in was added into the equation, then the logical chain would be perfect. Hua Xiaoheng knew more than Gu Nianji, so he immediately said, there must be other transactions between these two people that we don't know about at the moment. Or, Kai Song-in knows more about Hong Kong-chuan's situation than we do. Gu Nianji sat back in her seat and shrugged. Doesn't that mean our First Lady didn't report someone suspected of treason to the Prime Minister? Haha, that's interesting. What kind of misunderstanding do you have about their morals? Hua Xiaoheng didn't think much of it. They're all a bunch of people who would sell their souls to the devil just to get elected. Among these candidates, Hua Xiaoheng thought that Bai Jianqing was the most reliable. Although he didn't agree with some of Bai Jianqing's policies, at least he had a bottom line. There were some things that he shouldn't do, and he didn't do anything just to get elected. Bai Jianqing was someone who could afford to lose. He had just gone to vote and voted for Bai Jianqing. Gu Nianji hadn't gone to vote yet because she had fallen asleep. Now that she thought of Kai Song-in, she felt that she should still go and vote. Although various polls showed that Bai Jianqing's support rate was higher than Tan Dongbang's, who could guarantee that the polls were 100% accurate? If the polls were so useful, then the current president of the United States should be a female president, not a businessman addicted to Twitter. Gu Nianji stood up. Then I'll go and vote. Hua Xiaoheng nodded and let her do as she pleased. Not long after Gu Nianji left the central control room, Hua Xiaoheng's surveillance system connected to the border port began to beep. What happened? Hua Xiaoheng looked up at the surveillance system. The staff in charge of the border port surveillance system looked at the data and suddenly became excited. Hong Kong-won has appeared. He's at the Sea City International Airport. He's disguised as a middle-aged woman and is about to leave the country. He had revealed himself during the iris scan. Because Hong Kong-won had already destroyed all the fingerprints on his fingers, the fingerprint scanner wouldn't be able to detect it. As for the iris scan, he couldn't change it unless he dug his own eyes out. Hua Xiaoheng immediately ordered, arrest him immediately. We'll depart for Sea City immediately. He wanted to personally escort Hong Kong-won back to the imperial capital and not give him any chance to escape. Hua Xiaoheng couldn't wait for Gu Nianji to return from voting, so he took a few subordinates who often went on missions with him and went directly to the airport. He still took his own military plane. It was fast and flexible, so he didn't have to wait. When Gu Nianji returned from voting, she discovered that Hua Xiaoheng had already left. She asked the staff in the central control room, but knowing that they had an urgent mission, she didn't ask anymore. This was their daily routine, so she was already used to it. Gu Nianji planned to stay there until Hua Xiaoheng returned. What if he needed backup? Now the supercomputers in the central control room were all monitoring the voting behavior of the entire country. Although they had been busy for more than a month, there were still some areas that went wrong. For example, the voting machine suddenly malfunctioned and someone voted for A, but the results showed that they voted for B. There were also areas where people openly cheated, and they were all caught by their surveillance system. The police and members of the Special Operations Forces made their presence known. Even the Secret Service, which was under military control, sent people to carry out the mission, so it could be considered a meritorious service. The entire country was so big, and there were so many voting locations. Fortunately, Gu Yinji stayed behind and cooperated with the staff there to deal with all kinds of unexpected situations in an orderly manner. Yin Shixiang, who was so busy that he almost sent her a congratulatory message from the Senate building to thank her for her help. At the same time, at the Sea City International Airport, Hong Kong, who was disguised as a middle-aged woman, was taken to a small, dark room in the airport. He was watched by the airport police and waited for the people from the Sea City Special Operations Forces to come and pick him up. The makeup on Hong Kong's face had been washed off, but he was still wearing the floral print dress that middle-aged women often wore. He wasn't tall and was slightly plump, so from the back, he did indeed have the body of a middle-aged woman. But from the front, he looked unsightly. A few airport police officers looked at him and laughed. They even took pictures of him with their phones. Hong Kong's face turned red and then white. He was so embarrassed that he wanted to find a hole to hide in. However, although he was extremely embarrassed, he didn't give up hope of escaping. He sat in the small dark room for a while with a straight face, then said, "I need to call my lawyer." The police officers looked at each other. "You still need to call a lawyer?" "Of course, I am a citizen of the Huaxia Empire. No matter what crime I committed, I have the right to call a lawyer," Hong Kong said loudly. "If you don't believe me, I can use your phone." This was the first night watch. It was still the third night watch. Today was Monday, so recommendation votes were also very important. The monthly vote was 6,900 plus updates at 1 p.m., and the third night watch was at 7 p.m. P.S. It's already the end of the month. Dear friends, you can vote now. Mwah. Chapter 1088. Hong Kong's request made the airport police officers look at each other. They didn't dare to make the decision themselves. If they didn't let him make the call and sue them for police abuse of power, in the future, they wouldn't even need to file a case in court. Public opinion alone would be enough to drown them. What future would they have then? But if they let him make the call, what if they found a powerful lawyer to bail Hong Kong out through their connections? It would be hard to explain to the Special Operations Forces. They thought about it and finally decided to ask their leader. They called, and the leader immediately agreed. He even said in a bureaucratic tone, "No matter how serious the crime, you can't stop others from hiring a lawyer. This is human rights. Human rights. Do you understand?" Since the leader had agreed, the police officers had no choice but to carry out the order. They took the phone of the airport duty room to the little dark room where Hong Kong was being held and waited at the door. Hong Kong breathed a sigh of relief and quickly dialed the seemingly ridiculous invalid number. He had actually been in contact with this invalid number for the past few days while he was on the run. Originally, he didn't want to use the airport route to escape, but that person told him that the supercomputer in the Special Operations Forces Central Control Room would be used to supervise the election and wouldn't have any spare energy to track his whereabouts. He also guaranteed that all his data had been changed in the Central Control Room surveillance system. Those people definitely wouldn't be able to find him. Only then did he feel reassured to use the airport route. So when he was stopped at the border control counter and his iris was scanned repeatedly, he knew that he was in trouble. After all the calculations, did he forget to calculate the iris? That shouldn't be possible. That person couldn't have known that the Central Control Room system had all their data, right? Other than fingerprints, there were also iris scans and even DNA. He didn't believe that person would make such a mess. That person's AI language was very advanced. Even in the United States, no one would be able to find out. But he had indeed been caught. What had happened in between? Hong Kong wasn't convinced. He had to contact that person and ask what had happened. Sure enough, when he got the phone, he immediately dialed the number without even caring about the surveillance cameras in the room. Please dial the full phone number. Please dial the full phone number. Please dial the full phone number. Again and again, the voice of the telecommunications company came through the phone, telling him that the number he dialed was incorrect and that he needed to dial again. Sweat poured down Hong Kong-chuan's forehead, and his face glistened. He did not believe it, he did not believe it. After calling for 10 minutes, the person in charge of the video surveillance couldn't take it anymore. He pushed the door open and said, "Mr. Hong, why are you calling? The phone number is 7 or 8 digits. What number did you dial? 4 or 5 digits. Should I call the intercom?" Hong Kong-chuan plopped down on the chair. His calm and collected demeanor from before had completely disappeared. He trembled as he held on to the phone and stammered, "I'll call again, call again." He did it again in front of these people, regardless of the consequences. It was the same response. "Please dial the full number." Her gentle and standard voice did not ease Hong Kong-chuan's nervousness. Instead, it was like a bomb had exploded in his mind. It's over, it's over. That man had given up on him. He had always relied on that man's omnipotent infiltration ability. He had always been able to pull him out of trouble when he was in the most dangerous situation. But this time, it was the most dangerous and difficult moment of his life. How could he not show up? Hong Kong-chuan's hands trembled as he gritted his teeth. If he waited another 5 minutes and the call still did not go through, he would have no choice but to look for the Americans. He had never thought of committing treason. It was all because of these people. Hong Kong-chuan held onto the phone in the little dark room and dialed for another 5 minutes. After confirming that the phone number really did not go through, he dialed another number. "Is this Lil Tang? This is Hong Kong-chuan. I need a lawyer. I need your help." The person on the other end of the line was stunned for a moment and quickly said, "I'm sorry. You called the wrong number." "I didn't." Hong Kong-chuan yelled before the person hung up. "If you don't help me find a lawyer, I'll break up with you. I'm already down on my luck. Don't even think about it." The person on the other end of the line seemed to be frightened by him and quickly comforted him. Don't worry, don't worry. Let me see if there's a lawyer's number." 5 minutes after the phone call, a man in a suit carrying a briefcase and wearing gold-rimmed glasses appeared at the door of the little dark room where Hong Kong-chuan was being held. He calmly said to the airport police at the door, "I am the lawyer that Mr. Hong hired just now. I would like to talk to him." As he spoke, he handed over his business card. The airport police at the door saw that it was a lawyer from the largest law firm in Sea City and quickly opened the door to let him in. He even considerately closed the door. Although they were not allowed to listen in when the lawyer was meeting with the client according to the rules, they didn't mind too much since there was video surveillance in the room. However, after the lawyer-like person entered the room, he took out an appliance about the size of an iPad and placed it on the table in front of Hong Kong-chuan. At the same time, he raised his hand to stop Hong Kong-chuan from speaking. Hong Kong-chuan immediately shut his mouth when he saw the thing. 30 seconds later, the appliance emitted a faint blue light. The video surveillance in the room was fixed and stopped on the image of the lawyer entering the room. It took a while for the people in charge of the surveillance to realize that there was something wrong with the video. Just 5 minutes after they realized that there was something wrong with the surveillance, the lawyer-like person spoke. "I have already temporarily turned off the video surveillance in this room. We only have 5 minutes. Long story short, Minister Hong Kong-chuan. We Japanese admire people like you very much. If you cooperate with us, we can guarantee that we can rescue you and send you to Japan. You can live the rest of your life in Tokyo or Kyoto." The man spoke in Mandarin with a Japanese accent. After he finished speaking, he looked at Hong Kong-chuan's expression and continued, "Or Hokkaido. We have many beautiful places in Hokkaido. Hong Kong-won felt like he had been punched in the face. His facial features were all scrunched together. He had never expected that the person he had called would be a Japanese person, even though he had clearly called a secret number of the American Central Intelligence Agency in the Huaxia Empire. What should he do? Should he rely on the Japanese? If he were to cooperate with the Americans, Hong Kong-won could still confidently feel that he had been forced to do so. However, if he were to follow the Japanese and save his own life, Hong Kong-won would not be able to overcome that psychological barrier. He did want to fight for power, but he had never thought of betraying the interests of his country. He knew that the invalid number that had been contacting him previously was not an American. Although that person was very familiar with the Americans, he really had nothing to do with the United States. Of course, he was also very sure that that person was definitely not Japanese. That was because that person had never paid any attention to Japan and had never allowed him to have any interest in Japan. He had always thought that that person was also from the Huaxia Empire. Otherwise, he would not have cooperated with him for so long. However, this time, when he called the American number, it was a Japanese person who came, which made him a little curious. Hong Kong-won hesitated for a moment and said in a low voice, "How did you know this number?" You clearly called the number of the American Central Intelligence Agency, but you don't know why I am here, right? Minister Hong. The man pushed his gold-rimmed glasses up his nose, and there was a hint of pride on his fair and refined face. You don't need to know how I know. Anyway, we know. We might be interested in what you have, so here I am. Hong Kong-chuan's pupils suddenly shrank. Of course, he had brought some confidential information with him when he escaped this time. Otherwise, how could he contact other countries? How could he get someone to save him? He just didn't expect the Americans to already know what he was holding. As he thought about this, Hong Kong-won felt a chill down his spine. Only the owner of the invalid number knew what confidential information he had brought with him when he escaped this time. Now that the Japanese actually knew, could that person be Japanese? Could it be that he was wrong? But that person's technology was many times more advanced than the Huaxia Empire's technology. If he was Japanese, why didn't he just give it to Japan? Impossible. Hong Kong-won immediately rejected this idea. The lawyer-like person saw that he was still not speaking, so he looked at his watch. There's only 1 minute left, Minister Hong. If you don't speak now, our deal will end here. As soon as their surveillance is restored, I will leave here. As he spoke, he reminded him again, according to our intelligence, your Special Operations Forces has almost turned out in full force to capture you this time. If you want to escape, please hurry. If you hesitate any longer, I don't think even the elites of the American Central Intelligence Agency will be able to save you, let alone us. As soon as he said this, Hong Kong-won no longer hesitated. He immediately said, the first phase of the quantum communication satellite technology, the condition is that you bring me out of here safely. When we get to Japan, I will give you the second phase of the technology. The lawyer-like person's eyes flashed. You really have the first and second phase of the quantum communication satellite technology. He was surprised and delighted. This was a technical bottleneck that the Japanese researchers had spent a lot of effort to break through. This was the second update, and the monthly votes had been delivered at 6,900 plus updates. It was still the third update. Today was Monday, and the recommendation votes were also very important. At 7:00 in the evening, the third update. P.S. It's already the end of the month. Dear friends, you can vote for the monthly votes now. P.S. The introduction of the book has changed again. Dear friends, what do you think of this version? Mwah. Chapter 1089. Hong Kong-won had just nodded when someone pushed the door open and looked at them. Time's up. If you want to be released on bail, you have to wait until the court files the case. Hong Kong-kwan and the Japanese man who looked like a lawyer were both stunned. They didn't expect the airport police department to react so quickly. If they had used this excuse just now, the Japanese wouldn't have been able to get in. Of course, if they couldn't get in like that, they would think of another way. With the level of Japanese infiltration in the Huaxia Empire, it was more than enough for them to enter the small dark room in the airport to see a suspect. The man who looked like a lawyer saw Hong Kong-kwan nod and immediately nodded back. He said in English, "Okay, I will be your lawyer and defend you." The airport police officer who came in couldn't help but look at the man. Why was this lawyer speaking in English? He didn't look any different from them. Hong Kong-kwan said nervously, "I hope to be released on bail immediately." He couldn't fall into the hands of the special forces. He knew that if he fell into their hands this time, he would definitely die. The man who looked like a lawyer gestured to him not to worry, then took out his phone and called a department in C City. A minute later, a call from a department leader in C City called the C City International Airport, ordering them to release Hong Kong-kwan immediately and saying that the lawyer was a famous lawyer. With his guarantee, Hong Kong-kwan wouldn't run away. The airport police officer was in a difficult position. He had received orders to guard Hong Kong-kwan until the special forces came to take him away. He couldn't help but say, "Shouldn't you communicate with the special forces?" They said it first. The leader on the other end of the phone was furious. What? What's so great about the special forces? It's one thing for them to be lawless abroad, but now they want to be tyrants in the Huaxia Empire. What a miscalculation. Release him. Release him immediately. He's on bail with a lawyer's guarantee. Do you know anything about the law? The airport police officer hesitated. He had seen the arrest warrant and was holding it in his hand, but he was unwilling to let Hong Kong-kwan go after a call from the leader. "How about this, you write a note and I'll ask them to wait for a few minutes. Also, I've already informed the special forces in C City. They'll be here soon. When the time comes, show your note to the people from the Special Operations Forces, and they'll let him go if they say so." The airport police didn't want to take responsibility either. The people from the Special Operations Forces branch in C City were about to arrive. Once Hong Kong-kwan was handed over to them, they could do whatever they wanted. The leader of a certain department on the other side of the phone flew into a rage. He knocked on the table and said, "Who are you? What's your name?" "I want to look for your airport leader. I'm going to strip you of your position." The airport police officer was very quick-witted. When he heard that the leader didn't know who he was, he quickly said, "All right, I'll hang up first. I'm busy here." He wasn't going to say his name. If such a leader made things difficult for him, he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. As soon as he put down the phone, the lawyer-like person suddenly took out a pen, pressed it against the airport police officer's waist, and fired a shot. The special pistol with a silencer made a soft sound, and the airport police officer instantly lost consciousness. Then, the lawyer-like Japanese man once again used the device that emitted blue light to create electromagnetic interference, affecting the surveillance video. At the same time, he said to Hong Kong-kwan, "Hurry up and change clothes with him." Hong Kong-kwan understood, took off his floral dress, and swapped it with the airport police officer. The airport police officer's body size was about the same as Hong Kong-chuan's. They were both slightly chubby, so after changing clothes, if one didn't look at them from the front, one wouldn't be able to tell at all. Hong Kong-kwan placed the unconscious airport police officer in his position and made him lie on the table. The lawyer-like person walked over, held the pen-style pistol, and once again pressed it against the police officer's heart and fired another shot, killing the police officer. Hong Kong-kwan was stunned. "Why did you kill him? Couldn't you have just knocked him out? He can't live to see me." The lawyer-like person put away the pen. There's no time. We'll go out immediately. As he spoke, he hurriedly walked out of the door. Hong Kong-Kwan was wearing the airport police officer's uniform and a large police cap that was pressed against his forehead. He lowered his head and followed behind the lawyer-like person. The other two police officers at the door glanced at them. The lawyer-like Japanese man turned around and said to them, "Please don't disturb my client. I'll go back and consult my boss to see how we should proceed with this case." The two police officers glanced into the room and saw the slightly chubby middle-aged man in the ridiculous floral dress lying on the table. He seemed to be very upset, so they closed the door of the little dark room. The lawyer-like Japanese man walked out of the airport, and Hong Kong-Kwan, disguised as a police officer, followed behind him. As soon as he got into the car, he heard the airport alarm blaring. Oh no! They found out. Hong Kong-Kwan was nervous and fidgeted in the back seat. It's okay. You're already in our car. They won't be able to catch up. The lawyer-like person stepped on the accelerator as soon as he finished speaking and sped all the way to the Japanese Consulate General in Sea City with Hong Kong-Kwan. Hua Xiao. Oh no. Hong Kong-Kwan got away. Hua Xiaoheng was still on the plane when he received a call from the Sea City Special Operations Forces. What happened? Hua Xiaoheng asked calmly. He didn't seem surprised at all. He knew that this trip wouldn't be so smooth. If Hong Kong-Kwan didn't have a few tricks up his sleeve, how could he have gotten to where he was now? The man recounted what had happened at the airport. He was already locked up in the little dark room, but Hong Kong-Kwan said he wanted to find a lawyer, so he made a phone call. In the end, a fake lawyer came, killed an airport police officer, and took Hong Kong-Kwan away. The corners of Hua Xiaoheng's eyes twitched imperceptibly. Make a phone call. You still want him to make a phone call at a time like this? Didn't you tell the airport? He's the most wanted criminal. I did. The man's voice became softer. But that fake lawyer found a department leader. Not only did that person let him make a phone call, but he also ordered him to be released on bail pending trial. Hua Xiaoheng clenched his fists. Which department leader? Take him away immediately for investigation. Hua Xiaoheng had Speaker Long and General Ji's authorization. The Special Operations Forces was fully in charge of all cases related to Hong Kong-Kwan. Since that department leader dared to openly oppose the arrest warrant, he had to bear the consequences. Collaborating with the enemy was the lightest crime. As for treason, it would depend on whether Hong Kong-Kwan could be successfully arrested. Hua Xiaoheng turned on the pilot's intercom and asked, "Can you go faster?" The pilot hurriedly contacted the ground station and sped up. By the time they arrived at the Sea City International Airport, they were 30 minutes faster than before. But they couldn't take Hong Kong-Kwan away in time. Hua Xiaoheng put on his sunglasses and got off the plane. He hurried to the airport to look at the surveillance footage. At that moment, he received a call from General Ji. The news that Hong Kong-Kwan had escaped from the airport surveillance had also been reported to General Ji. Hua Xiaoheng stopped in his tracks. "Chief." General Ji was obviously furious over the phone. He said word by word, "Xiaoheng, capture Hong Kong-Kwan. You must capture him alive." He took away the first and second phases of the quantum communication satellite technology. This is an urgent message from the aviation department. They needed to capture him alive because they didn't know who he had spread the technology to and how much he had spread it. Therefore, they had to capture Hong Kong-Kwan alive to ensure that the technology was under control. If he died just like that, it could have an unimaginable impact. But under these circumstances, capturing him alive was much more difficult than killing him. When Hong Kong-Kwan escaped, he had already removed the tracking chip from his body. Therefore, they had no way of tracking him and could only set up a trap all over the country. In other words, there would always be people who would help Hong Kongwan escape at the expense of the nation's interests for the sake of some trivial personal gain. Hua Xiaoheng had predicted this, so he decided to take action personally. He wanted to intimidate those who wanted to plead on Hong Kongchuan's behalf or even clear his name. He hurried to the airport surveillance room and looked at the surveillance footage. The strange thing was that the fake lawyer who appeared in the surveillance footage had never had a direct shot of his face. This person was obviously very experienced in how to avoid having his face captured by the surveillance cameras. This was a colleague of theirs. Hua Xiaoheng silently concluded in his heart. It was the third watch. It was still the third watch. Today was Monday. Recommendation votes were also very important. P.S. It's already the end of the month. Dear friends, you can vote now. Mwah. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.